Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. me what you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another beautiful afternoon of the VALORANT Oceania Tour for Stage 3. I am Mac, of course. I'm joined by the wonderful, the beautifully extravagant, the marvelous, the sexy Mitchell Pilskina. What are you doing, big fella?
What am I doing? I'm about to cast some Valorant with you, Mac. I'm really looking forward to it. I think this might be after like what is it, 4 years of working together or something. This might be our first online cast together and our first Valorant cast together. So we're making some hallmarks. We're making some history.
Yeah, look, I thank lockdown for that one, but this one's run out of New Zealand anyway, so I don't think we're getting over there. Hopefully, one day we will. But look, we have a lot of games coming up today, so here's a nice little video package to explain what's going down.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance Qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
And there you have it. So we do have a whole lot of games coming up today for this qualifier. But of course, let's have a quick look at the prize pool, what the teams are playing for, other than a little bit of glory. You've got first place taken at $4,000, second with $3K, third with $2K, and fourth with $1K. Of course, that is for the winners of the closed qualifier and well, I guess the top 4 for the closed qualifier, which is going to be coming up very shortly. That's what these players are playing for today, of course, which is the qualifiers to the closed qualifiers. You know, there's the old meme of many, many qualifiers. But Mitch, I need to ask you, what would you do with $4,000 if I gave it to you right now?
I'll probably take you out to a nice seafood dinner by the water, Mac,
Ooh.
and wine and dine you a little bit. Maybe some of the players can invest their money elsewhere in better things like their skins. All the Valorant players love their skins, their angel blades and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see.
We certainly will. Now, there is another little prize pool as well, of course, that is for our Vodafone MVP. So the best player in the qualifier, of course, is going to win themselves $250 right in their pocket, thanks to our good friends at Vodafone. So make sure if there's any players in chat, you're all playing out of your damn minds so you can take home a little bit of extra spice to add to your life. Now, that brings us a little bit closer to the games, but let's see with the bracket how all the games have gone so far during this stage. Of course, over in the first stage, we did see Mindfreak taking down Funky Monkeys, Nebula over August, Peace over Direwolves, and Villains over Pigeon Esports. And that brings us to the upper bracket here, where we do have Mindfreak and Nebula playing today, and Peace and Villains going head-to-head, both to qualify. And then down in that lower bracket, you got Funky Monkeys with the 2-0 over August, knocking them out, and Pigeon getting knocked out by Direwolves 2-1. Mitch, any crazy things with the bracket that you can spot here?
We got a lot of animals. We got some monkeys, pigeons, wolves. We can start a zoo pretty soon here. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I'm sure that you can get yourself your zookeeper's license because you already got the look, Mac. You already got the look down. We just need to get you some like Steve Irwin outfits, some little shorts and stuff like that. The most interesting result, I would say, would probably be the pigeons over direwolves, or rather direwolves over pigeons one. It was almost a slip up by direwolves who just made themselves a roster change. And I'm sure with that kind of big pickup, you'd really want to be making your way into the top 4 and having a crack at that last chance qualifier slot if you can try to qualify for it. So good to see them continue their run through that lower bracket, and hopefully they can qualify to the next stage.
Well, hopefully that one works out for them. Of course, we got to move on to game number 1. It is going to be Mindfreak and Nebula going head-to-head. And after that, of course, we do have Villain, Esports, and Peace. So, of course, we said before, both the teams that win today are going to qualify into the closed quals to follow the likes of everyone that qualified from the last qualifier. So I'm sure Mindfreak, Nebula, Villains, and Peace would all really like to stop going down to that lower bracket and just give themselves their best shot right now. Why not,
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think this is obviously a qualification match for a lot of these teams heading into the next stage. They want to be going in with the likes of wildcard order, have a crack at a lot of the big boys and get themselves some more points. I think there's clear favorites in both of these series, but I think they're both relatively easy ones. Relatively close ones rather than easy ones. And I think
Yeah.
Mind Freak and Nebula in particular, it could really go either way. I think the first one we've got is very, very spicy.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one goes as well. But let's talk about this game in particular. Let's talk about Mind Freak first, hey? Let's have a quick look at Mind Freak. Of course, you guys know him, you guys love him. It is what Norson, Scroll, Pex, and Ferg here. And, oh, geez, they're handsome fellas, aren't they, Pilsky? They kind of remind me of you. Very handsome, you know?
They remind me of you more so, Mac. Handsome, lot of experience, great at what they do. It's just the list of great attributes never really stop coming. Great facial hair as well on a few of these lads, you have to say. It's a good team right now, Mind Freak. They just recently made a change where they don't really have a primary jet player, but they picked up Ferg. He brings a lot of experience, a lot of structure to the squad. So what this squad really does have is it has a lot of experience, a lot of brains, a lot of in-game leadership qualities. So that could really definitely help differentiate them from some of the other teams. But they need to make sure that they're making it in towards that next stage of the competition because they missed out on qualifying nice and early. And I think overall, Mind Freak is, in terms of winnings, in terms of points, one of the teams that's definitely up there with your orders and your wild cards. So you'd want to see them have a crack at the big one in towards the next stage.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going for them. But of course, it's battle of the two teams. Let's talk Nebula. Now, Mitch, you're a big fan of Nebula, aren't you? You Minimize here, Calth, Tax, Jesse, and Rurls. Who are we going to be looking at to be dishing out the damage, and what do all these players play?
So you got Minimize. He is the IGL of the squad. He plays a lot of different agents, definitely sort of filling in the gaps and he's kind of like the glue guy that makes the whole team work. Rails is the smoke player. Jesse, he kind of floats around a different couple of roles. He'll be on the Sova sometimes, but these guys definitely do change up their comp. Tax is usually a duelist player, and then Calth is a dedicated jet player, and I think that's the biggest talking point because Calth was previously on Mind Freak, so he has a little bit of insight into the team in that regard. But also, Nebula does have a dedicated jet player, whereas Mind Freak do not have a specific dedicated jet player. So if Calth is really on his game, he could be the main differentiating factor in this series, I feel.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if that one happens or not. Of course, head-to-head, we have Minimizer and Ferg here. Now, we spoke about the numbers pre-show, and you said it's not about the numbers, it's about what's happening in those skulls, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got the two IGLs here. I do love to highlight IGLs and give them a little bit of props whenever you can. Ferg is someone who's obviously been around for a long time. Both of these guys are hailing from Perth. So they're not only battling leading the team, but also the ping, the internet, trying to actually shoot back when somebody wide swings them on 5 ping. And both of these guys, a younger RGL and an older, more experienced RGL, definitely, their calls will definitely decide who is going to win the series.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see if that one happens, of course. We do have to start to talk the vetoes. Now, what maps do you expect we're going to see here, Mitch? Don't even answer that question because we're going to figure that one out right now. Of course, the bans are Icebox and Haven, so they're straight out of here. Mind Freak picks Ascent. Nebula pick Breeze. This is going to be the first time I get to cast Breeze, so I'm very excited about that one. And Split as the decider if we go all the way to 3. So I'm very excited for this veto. What are your thoughts on this one, Mitch?
The Haven takeaway from Nebula is an interesting one. It's a map that they used to play a little bit, but they don't want to pick that against Mind Freak. Icebox being taken away by Mind Freak, it's a map they play a little bit, but Nebula, I feel, are quite proficient on that map, so kind of banning away from the opponent's strengths in that regard. Is Mind Freak, you get the Ascent pick. I don't think there's anything too special about that. I think the Breeze pick is awesome from Nebula, and I want to see if they can potentially try to exploit a weak spot in the map pool of Mind Freak. I'm not sure how much those guys play Breeze, but I'm sure that if anybody's going to play a bit of Breeze, it would be Mind Freak. I know they got a couple of officials on it at least, and I'm sure that they definitely try to practice the wide array of the map pool. Then you get Split as the last one instead of the Bind in there. So that's going to be an interesting one for sure. I think Mind Freak definitely play a little bit of Split. As for Nebula, I know a little while ago they didn't play as much Split, but it's been a couple of months, I think, since I've seen them. So I want to see if it does make it to 3 maps, if they still show some of the same weaknesses of Split, or if they've worked on their map pool since then.
Okay, well, I did just have a quick look at the stats, and if the stats don't lie, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Nebula has a very strong split. They're on 83% win rate currently on that map, so even if you think there are a couple of weaknesses there, maybe they still have what it takes. Of course, there has been, the couple of roster swaps in the last little while, which may change things, how it plays out, but of course, that seeded map, it wasn't chosen by one or another, it was just sort of rolled. So I guess we'll see if that one comes into effect or if Mindfreak can take it in too. Mindfreak's split doesn't look, in terms of the stats, as strong as what the first two maps are for them. But, who knows how Breeze is going to go. That's what I'm looking at because, it's such a fresh map for both of these teams in terms of officials played on it that we can't really commit to making any decisions on how it's going to go. We just have to really watch how it plays out. Now, the game is almost ready. Of course, it is going to be Ascent as that first map, and I'm excited to see a bit of Ascent. It seems to be a good mainstay for most teams in our region, and it always provides a whole lot of action. So I guess head-to-head, Mitch, who do you think has the stronger Ascent out of these two teams?
Oh, it's hard to say. I would probably lean towards Mindfreak. It is obviously their map pick, but it's not outside the realms of possibility that Nebula can have a little bit of a crack on it. So should be a very, very good first map. And we do get to see the agent select here. So Pex, obviously being the player who was the primary duelist and was a bit flexible in terms of his agent pick, he is going to be the one to fill that hole of missing a Jet player. And then you do have Watt, being a little bit more flexible with his agent pool. He was previously the Smoke main and IGL for Mindfreak, but with Third coming in, Watt is somebody who is kind of changing up what character he's playing a little bit and deciding which way he wants to go with his play style. He's obviously a very flexible player. I like the Sky Sova combo from Nebula. Very, very strong. And the Rays being mixed in there. They can really contest a lot of map control risk-free with the utility they have available to them. So I'm eager to see if they make good use of that.
Yeah, let's see how it goes once we do jump into the map. Of course, it is going to be Ascent to kick things off here in the upper bracket. Winner makes it to the closed qualifier and will join the likes of many of the other top teams in our region at playing for all those dollary dues you saw earlier, as well as a little bit of bragging rights. But again, you got to start here. You got to start on Ascent and you got to get them dubs. Of course, Mindfreak with the map selection, you'd think that we would see Nebula starting on the defense side. I guess we'll see right now, and that is exactly what they've chosen. So Nebula on the defense are going to go with the Sky, Sova, Omen, Raze, and Jet. And on the other side of the mix, the only real difference is Reyna in there, but a Killjoy as well. So, different Sentinel.
Yeah,
well, lack of a Sentinel actually for Nebula.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I was saying before, is that Nebula, they're going to prefer the double util and no Sentinel, whereas Mindfreak, they're going to have that Sentinel, but a little bit less map control. Mindfreak getting this kicked off towards B main, but already the shock darts in from Jesse, getting a lot of chip damage there and just really slowing down their control.
Does
Good
seem
information. Yeah, it does seem like Mindfreak wants to farm this all, but they're losing a little bit of HP on the way in thanks to those shock darts. You could see Watts over there just making sure that no one pushes through A main. Holding on that map control, Mindfreak just really utilizing a bit of utility to take some orb control before they decide what their next step is, Mac.
Oh, are they going to go for the double orb as well? Or are they just going to late split towards A? It looks like there it is. Bit of a push into B main. Nets the first kill for Nebula. So with that man advantage, happily, they will just fall away. And there's actually a rotation coming out from Sky back over towards A as well, which leaves the B side a little bit weak.
Yeah, you can see Watt just creating a lot of pressure over here. He's pulled an additional rotate. So there is 3 players on this A side of the map, and then meanwhile you see Nebula having to deal with this B push on the other side of the map. Jesse, that's beautiful, but traded out by Ferg. Now we head into a 3-on-4 post plan.
Yeah, Paranoia ends just in time to allow Jesse to get that shot off. Scrawl binked down to within an inch of his life as Tax just slows it down, waiting for the rest of the team to regroup. Now Nebula, now looking to go strength in numbers on the way back in. Ferg just dancing around default. EF Bush around the corner. It's enough to create some space on the flank. Minimize wants his second kill, but he has to go for the reload. Scroll now on the back of site. 1v3. Can't get anything else done. So at least they got the plant down, but Nebula with a successful retake is going to be able to take the round with 3 alive.
It's beautiful. You love to see it. The shock darts really setting up that opening frag. Minimize is able to get in with the right click on the fadeaway just due to how low Norsen was. So Mindfreak having to so early just go in with the 5v4. And even though they did find the right site to be attacking, unfortunately, they just did not have enough players to be able to contest. Now Mindfreak going for this force bite. It's all Spectres and light armor, so Nebula, we'll see how well they're able to deal with that. Might catch them off guard a little bit because Mindfreak very quickly going towards this A side of the map. 3 players over here for Nebula though, so let's see if they can hold. It's going to be a massive contestant A main here, Mac.
Oh yeah, head to head. Let's see if the drone's going to be able to spot this one out. Smoke on the line. Bird, the line's everything, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Huge for Nebula there as Mindfreak's push on the force by gets shut down straight away.
Yeah, Minimize is doing an excellent job on this Sky. Just continually keeping the opponents on their toes. You can see how much potential that agent gives you in terms of making those early to mid-round pushes, finding information, just aggressing on your opponents. Nebula, they're not sitting back. Obviously, they're not running that Sentinel, so it's not this kind of game style where they're going to have that dedicated bomb site anchor. They're playing a very fluid and aggressive defensive side, and it's really doing a great job of catching Mindfreak off.
Back in through B main. They've chosen the right site, at least in terms of being only a single player here. But can the Ares on the off angle work? No. Pex gets in there with the Spectre, and that's going to be the plant secured. But Nebula, pretty strong on the retake before. Let's see if they can do it up against a couple of SMGs.
Yeah, you got Scroll. He's got his dart available, but no real wallbang potential with those Spectres. Boombot is going to reveal Pex's position, I would imagine. Not sure if it actually did trigger in towards lane side there. It definitely will, so that's great info for Nebula. Tax going to get himself a kill, and Pex now 1-on-3.
Oh! Angle isolation, absolutely insane. Tax, though, swinging, spotted, but Tax will win the duel. Just barely getting the belated trade, but at the same time, Pex, so good in his positioning there just to get the one-on-ones. 2 of them, not the third though. And it is going to be Nebula with a successful retake. 2 on the board, but again, look how much damage is done to Nebula's economy.
Absolutely. They're going to have to pretty hard reinvest. Only the one Spectre kept over. So that's where Mindfreak, oh, they're going to go all or nothing here. Going to roll the dice once again. A full investment of Spectres and armor and util. They want to just break the economy right here and right now with only 1 player surviving for Nebula. It's a bit of a risk versus reward situation. Let's see if it does pay off for them. Because if this doesn't go well and Nebula are able to survive with 3 or 4 guns up, it's going to put Mindfreak in a pretty awful position.
So slow approach at the start of the round again. Just darts into B main looking for the early information. And what? Aggression is going to get that first kill over towards Cat. Now, it is just going to be the fast beast lit off the back of it as well. A couple of smokes in, paranoia to just get anyone off the choke there at market. Tax is able to hold, somehow survives, stuck in the corner. Tries to blast back his way away, minimize flashes through the smoke, but he's not going to be able to go through with it. Wolf as well. Knocks down, and now it's going to be a 2-on-3. Mindfreak finally with a man advantage.
It's got to be Calth to make the difference here. Minimize absolutely no util, no HP. He has got a Phantom, but Calth, he's got a player very close to him at market. Both Nebula players creeping out on the same timing. What? Not reacting. He is actually going to go down, and unfortunately, that's going to be a Spectre handed over to Calth. Already had one available to him. They're going to swap guns, so the high HP player with the Phantom now, Mac.
Okay, Cloudburst at the back of sight, bit of damage done. Wow, wondering about what's going on over towards Cat there, but it doesn't come through. It's Ferg to fall. It's Calth rather to fall away as Ferg holds strong. 1-on-2, Calth doesn't like his chances and just wants to keep the Phantom alive into the next, but Mindfreak, they're on the board, and again, with another force bite, they've just done so much damage to Nebula's economy. Could be an early swing round, Mitch.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's put the momentum firmly in Mindfreak's favor now. 2 players surviving. They farm themselves a Phantom. Calth had to save over, so the rest of his team's going to be really broke, but he's not going to be able to play up in the round following this one, even if he does save, because he wants to go for armor. How many is he off his knives? He's 3 off his knives, so he needs to try to get himself 2 kills here, or 1 kill in an orb, and then die, and he can have knives next round, and the rest of the team can buy around it. As for Mindfreak, they want to try to get through this round without taking too many losses and be able to continue this momentum.
Okay, Calth. Aggression works out for 1, but unfortunately for Nebula, rather, it is going to be that 2-for-1 trade. So Mindfreak, nice little bit of map control. We got mid, back of B main. But speaking of B main, look at Nebula just edging forward. Bot, of course, going to be spotting this one out. And it's dealt with, but Norson, he's playing very deep here, looking to play the range game. Finds the first, goes for the reload, spots the man swinging around the corner, and it is going to be Pex to swing it, trade, make that into a crossfire, and a very healthy win for Mindfreak, 4 alive at the end of it.
Yeah, just sticking to the fundamentals is Mindfreak, holding in that pretty passive setup and just waiting for Nebula to make mistakes. They went for that early round aggression. Didn't work out for them whatsoever. Instantly punished by Mindfreak, who, look, we're into this round number 5, into a gun round, but you can see the ult economy is pretty firmly in the favor of Mindfreak here. They got the Killjoy ult, they got the Sova ult as well. So let's see how they do utilize these ultimates. Does seem like they want to group up towards A main, whereas Nebula 4 towards middle. They want to take that middle control pretty early on here and play retake on A.
You should run.
A good bit of control over towards tree there. Killjoy ult does go down, and it is going to be that free site. Pex happily just standing on top of Jen, waiting for anything to happen. Scroll as well. Nice little recon bolt, just trying to get some info towards tree, but he's managed to hold down the flank as well. Kalth looking to make his way in. And it works out. It's going to be taxed to find that one with a big swing. But he's not going to be able to get the ultimate off. That's going to be shut down before it even begins. Jesse coming on the retake from heaven. Evens the odds. 3v3 now, just trying to push their way back in. Still, Kalth is so far away coming in from A main, but there's a fair bit of time to play with here. Jesse looking the wrong way. It is going to be the two-man swing out of the smoke. Norson able to pick himself up a triple for the round. And Kalth, again, is just going to try to keep the Vandal alive. Mindfreak take the lead.
Definitely got tricky there, but Mindfreak's done a good job utilizing just the lockdown there, so didn't need to pop that Hunter's Fury or anything like that. The showstopper is a big loss for Nebula. Didn't get any impact done whatsoever. Tax just gets taken down before he can rip that one. Alrighty. Looks like a save in the books for Nebula. Kalth doesn't have access to his knives just yet, so maybe he can go for armor with that Vandal, because next round he'll have access to the knives no matter what. Mindfreak are really building up a strong economy, though. They got a lot of ults available to them. So they are firmly in the lead on this attacking side of Ascent. It's going to take Nebula a couple of rounds to chip down that economy, but they're going to have a lot more ults available to them pretty soon.
Oh, Cloudburst in the way. Recon dart broken, nice and early. Oh, it's a dangerous game. Barrel spotted, and Minimizer's ready for that re-swing. Headshot found under Watt. And again, Nebula just being so strong at finding these early man advantages.
Yeah. Done a good job there, catching Watt on the angle. Tax aggressive as well. Mindfreak in this 4-on-5. Need to be able to make something happen relatively quickly. They're still waiting for pushes on those extremities, but you can see how patient Nebula are being in a bunch of key positions here. Just playing off angles, biding their time.
Oh, Tax, unable to hold his ground there. And there's going to be another found on the other extremity too. So Mindfreak, patient, definitely pays off for them this time. Scroll looking to make his way up short, and the timing is perfect. Royals, he's going to go down. Bit of info over towards the A side here to minimize. He just bam it through the wall. Having a bit of a wall bang battle, but it doesn't work out for him. As Ferg holds strong. That's going to be spike planted, and it's all up to Jesse to get anything done with just a Sheriff.
It's just gorgeous patience from Mindfreak. Even losing the first pick, they don't panic. They punish the pushes on multiple extremities, and then as soon as they find that advantage, they're just so decisive. Good mid-rounding from Ferg, just smoking tree, instant blind onto Rolls, and they're able to find that pick as well and just collapse onto the A site. And what looked like a dangerous anti-eco that was starting to fall apart is very quickly consolidated by Mindfreak with 4 alive, remembering they lost that early pick in the opening part of the round. And since then, they didn't lose a single pick. And look at Norson, man. 9-3. He's already popped 1 lockdown, and we're into, what is this, round number 7, and he's got 1 off the ultimate. He can potentially just get an orb and pop another lockdown in. He could potentially get like 3 lockdowns this half, which is pretty ridiculous.
Mate, at this rate, he's on for 4. Let's see how he goes in terms of the kills department. Again, just so strong at waiting for that B main push, punishing everyone that comes his way.
Enemy tag.
Scroll. Just going to bot out mid. Oh, tries to use that Hunter's Fury. Tax is going to blast over the top of it. Great use of the blast packs there, as now Hex is starting to make his way through. Also the Phantom to stop that wall from coming in instead of going for the knives. However, Ferg, he's found the perfect timing to just walk in silently on the A site.
Nebula they have no info of what's going on. Everyone's in spawn. They're playing so passive. And Mindfreak, you can see Ferg walking onto the A site. This is insane. Mindfreak have just got control of everything. Nebula have absolutely nothing. They have absolutely no info. They're getting caught on every single angle. You can see Pex just aggressing into short as well. Maybe a little over-aggressive. Gets caught there, pushes it into a 4-on-3. Hunter's Fury is available here.
Yeah, the 3 defenders all bunched up. He didn't know who to shoot at, like fish in a barrel, it seems. And only finding one. However, it's going to be Jesse 2-4 here. Ferg in a strong position again. He's gotten forward early on in the round, and he's just held that position to a T, finding 3. And he almost gets the quad, but Tax says no for the moment. 1-on-4. It's a big ask for the man, but it's going to be the flank, and Norson gets yet another. There's that lockdown he's been looking for. And into the next round, I dare say we'll see Mindfreak popping that one again.
This is just a gorgeous attack side of Ascent from Mindfreak. In every way possible. They're controlling the tempo. They're controlling the information. I absolutely love to see it. Lockdown's available yet again for Norson. If he wants to just utilize that to minimize the risk in the anti-eco, he could potentially consider it, or he could just hold it over to the next gun round. Nebula, just a handful of sheriffs for these guys, looking for some damage, but with the economy so strong at this point, it's not really going to matter too much.
Okay, aggression again through B main. Nebula just really want to make this trade work. Smoke on the choke, and no flash through. It's just going to be the spam to stop it from happening. Now, surely they expect Jesse here as well, who's just going to walk away silently. Smoke fades, but Norson takes another head. It's going to be Calth just dancing around, at least finds one with the knives. Even so, Mindfreak still with the numbers.
Yep. And as it does end up being a 2-for-1, Norson got to chuck that ultimate down. They're just going to be decisive here, Mindfreak. Going to group up and try to find some entry in towards this B site. You can see Tax wants to get off of the site. CT is smoked off, so Count's not going to be able to get an angle. He upthrusts, but he hits his head on the top of the tree, and that throws off his aim. A horrendous opportunity missed, unfortunately, for the man.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Let's see if Nebula decide to go for the round anyway. Royals is hoping for something. Pre-firing outside the corner of market. It looks like Nebula may just go for some exits given their positions here. Unless they find something poking in. Oh, Royals, big damage onto what? Forces him back to site. Calth, 25 HP. Does he even have that dream to go with it, though? Okay, bit of util stops him on that flank, and it looks like that should be the point where they're just holding for these exits.
I'm trying to exit.
Anticlimactic.
Yeah, I got to try and exit the site now, though. We'll see if Nebula can punish them on the way out. Nice couple of kills there. Do take a few guns away, but again, just to reiterate, Mindfreak's economy is fantastic, so doesn't even end up mattering too much. They're all max money here. Got to spend it on something. All right, big differentiating factor now for Nebula. Number one, they need a bunch of rounds. They've got the operator, and they've got a bit of an advantage in terms of the ults, but I think they've been holding these ults for quite a while. I haven't seen the Hunter's Fury from Jesse. I don't think I've seen Minimize pop the Seekers, and that's one of those ults you want to utilize as much as possible. It's a 6-orb ult. So if you're not popping that ASAP, you know, you're essentially just losing yourself more ults as the game goes longer.
So I thought we'd see that Hunter's Fury come out when the lockdown happened, but it didn't happen last round. However, you might be able to utilize it before it's too late. I don't know if it's too late to get another Hunter's Fury out before the end of this first half. However, Minimize just falls into a main, gets a little bit of information.
Well, Mindfreak, they want the orb. They're playing for this orb control pretty heavily right now. Nebula, they're considering the contest. Minimize is over there with the Sky Flash. Cal's going to creep on the angle, just on the off angle, see if he can punish anybody putting a single toe out of line and get Nebula an advantage with this first operator.
It's just a battle of patience again, but Mindfreak have been winning that battle all half. Droning in. Oh, Calth is probably going to be spotted. Minimize. is tagged up, but oh, that's going to be a missed opportunity. That one hurts. Cal dashes away, back over towards the door.
In the meanwhile, look at Mindfreak. They're creeping up in B main here. The TP to back of sight. Again, Ferg is the one who's behind enemy lines before Nebula can even respond. They've just lost all information and all control of this B side here, Mac.
And again, Nebula just going to be have to playing for that retake. Paint shells into a good position. Should get a little bit of chip damage unless Ferg managed to dodge it. Okay, spike down over towards Cat. And now there's a big opportunity. Norson tapping in on the flank. And that's looking good for the moment, but the time is running out. And Norson's going to fall. So Nebula finding themselves the third. The defense worked out. That market control was more than enough to stop that spike from making it down lane, making it towards that B site, and everything just went a little bit pear-shaped right towards the end of the round there for Mindfreak.
That's gorgeous from Tax. That's his second showstopper, which is a little bit harder to get these days with the change. You know, 8 orbs to get that showstopper online. At least, you know, with the raise, you can potentially get more and more of those kills, which will help you get the ult online more often. But that's Tax in a nutshell. That round is all Tax, man. Just the mechanical aim on this guy is very difficult to deal with at times.
All right, what's the call to order? It's going to be mid-control. Both teams wanting it this time. Calf able to get away with one and still survives on the way back out. He was just jumping around, hoping to dance around the bullets.
B main control for the boys on Mindfreak. That's a great aggression from short, from Minimize. Just picking what on that lower mid angle. Norson going to trade one back, and he does get that B main control, or the B site control for Mindfreak. He has the lockdown available as well to secure this round. Hunter's Fury trying to deny the plant. Isn't able to actually connect until he hits scroll there, and here's the Seekers to try to go for the retake.
Okay, following him in with the bird, with that hawk around the corner. Is it going to be more than enough? They're trying to push in and stop that Killjoy from popping. Lockdown, still up 4 seconds. Norson needs to hold it, and this may just be what they need. Okay, now things slow down. Rolls has to make his way in, managed to dodge the lockdown for the moment, and timing is definitely going to favor Mindfreak here. Although Rolls has the flick to back it up. Okay, there's that Ferg's going to be coming in from B main. The spam is there, but it's no good. He has to go for the reload. Rolls, he's just going to reel this one all the way in, and Nebula have found themselves a 4th round.
Ferg just feeling safe enough to play in B main, knowing that it's planted spammable. He can just go in and secure the round that way, but fortunately the aim is off there. Hate to see it. Well,
to get that reload off too.
Into round number 11 now. Seeing some fantastic performances from a couple of individuals, seeing some lackluster performances from a couple of the lads who I know definitely can put numbers on the board. So a bit of a slow start for a few lads. Mindfreak going to switch things up from that mid-control and go towards B pretty early here.
Okay, lots of flashes and looking just to brute force their way in. Hex trying to come in from the stairs, but that one player on site has been dealt with. See you later, Jesse. What's solid on the entry this time? Looks like Spike's going to be planted. Same spot, but this time just to get that Hunter's Fury back up again. Let's see. Wolf gets some info over towards B main now, as we are going to see Nebula looking for this B main control onto Ferg first. Okay, mid-air tack, not going to be accurate enough to shoot at all. Ferg picking himself up a double. Now it's that much harder for Nebula to get back in. We've got Pex getting aggressive as well up the stairs. And Mindfreak 5v1. They are going to be happily walking away with this round.
Gorgeous. Just the pace change. After the slow defaults, the map control, holding extremities, trying to fight for middle. And then they just explode straight into B and it catches Nebula completely off guard. Calf looking for a couple of exits, but traded pretty quickly. And it's looking like Mindfreak setting themselves up for the 8-4 here. I'm not sure what Nebula's money's looking like. It's really not great at the end of the half here, Mac. Couple of rifle light armors. Kalt can potentially go for knives if he finds himself an ult orb. So we'll see if Mindfreak's going to play around that and potentially try to isolate him when he goes for it.
Yeah, Nebula. Feel like they're going to be asking for more at the end of this half. You know, 7-5 wouldn't be the worst scoreline if they can cause a bit of an upset in the final round here. But Mindfreak have been so damn good on the attacking side. Let's see what they come up with again. Just faster approach in towards B main, realizing that Jesse is having a bit of a rough game and looking to target him again. So let's see if he can hold. So far, Tax finds one with the paint shells. Jesse just holding on site for the moment. Will survive. Tax falling with the spam back through the smoke from Watt. And Mindfreak cancelling Just leaving What all on his own here at Switch. Oh, just misses away. No way he gets away with a second. Another dismiss. This is absolutely ridiculous. Bear's healed up as well. Hawk around the corner, fully blinded. Minimize, able to trade. But still, Mindfreak with the numbers 3v2.
The trading from Nebula just not on point enough there, unfortunately, and Mindfreak have completely swindled them. Spike goes down on Jen. You've already got a Nano Swarm ready and available. Two-man setup under Heaven will reveal Sky in towards Heaven with that drone there, Mac.
And Minimize just trying to make his way back in, but again, you're going to see the Molly slow him down for the moment. Cal coming in with that Sheriff, just looking to break open the door, and now he's last alive. Wallbang comes through onto Minimize. That makes it that much harder again. Okay. Blade Fury works out for one. Tries to snipe onto Norson. Cloudburst is there as he tries to hover across, but he's not able to get the right click onto Ferg, and that is going to be the 8-4 half that Mindfreak are looking for. 4 in the lead. That's completely ridiculous on the attacking side here on Ascent. But let's see what Nebula can do as we head into the second half.
Yeah, gorgeous stuff. Could attribute some of that to not being able to lean back on the Sentinel. You know, I liked how dynamic they were being in terms of being aggressive, but I think where Nebula fell down a little bit was having the retake protocols in like they were being, you know, whenever you're being super aggressive, going for map control in other parts of the map and not relying on your sight crossfires or your anchors, you need to be having strong retakes, and they just fell down in a couple of situations. They needed to complete those retakes. Norson as well, now moving over to the defense, and he's already 18-6. So if I'm Nebula, I'm probably avoiding that man right now.
Okay, Recon Dart coming in towards the back of sight, and the fast approach for Nebula straight out on a scroll. He's looking to just hold the tree control here, sitting in the smoke. That door is going to go down again. It's going to be a big flank coming through, but Jesse's realized that this is a possibility. He's only good for one, though, but it's a good amount of information that more players are coming in. Oh, Hawk around the corner, and it's popped just in the nick of time. Minimize. Getting that reload off as well, trying to fight here with Tax, and it's going to be strength in numbers, but not strong enough because Pex has found himself a third coming in again, but it's sharp from Rolls to find a 3K of his own, defending single-handedly and picking up that very needed pistol for Nebula.
Nah, it's gorgeous to watch Minimize on the Sky. It's kind of his signature character. And he shows how good he is with the way he utilizes those birds to just get himself 3 frags on the right timings. And Rails as well. I mean, he's the smoke player for Nebula, but he is so good in the clutch and so good at isolating some of those duels. And that's another great example of it. And Nebula, they really needed that pistol to keep themselves in the game here. They went down 8-4. They got a lot of work to do on the attacking side here, but the pistol, and if they can complete this anti-eco, that will definitely help.
Okay, contacting into the smoke here. Oh, it is the SMGs at close range, reigning supreme. Scroll going to be blinded as the push comes through. I think Minimize got a bit of information. Unfortunately, the Classic unable to do too much damage. Norson on the fast rotate finds 1, but it's not enough to really damage that economy of Nebula. 4 alive at the end, so they will be laughing into the third round of the half.
Absolutely. Well, it is the bonus in here for Nebula, only losing that 1 gun, so they're in a great position. You can see Jesse even has quite a bit of money, 3.5. He's just going to buy himself a Sheriff and go for the full bonus here. As for Mindfreak, Pex onto the glass cannon operator. Interesting on that defensive side. Against bonus, where you expect a little bit more of an up-tempo game from your opponent, that might not necessarily be the best choice.
Ooh, jiggling. What going to be spotted around the corner? Drops that eye, but it's not enough to slow them down. Now he's a little bit worried as that dash went straight through. Calth just holding before peeking out of the cloudburst long enough to enable the other players to get into sight, and that's going to be a sight found. So now Mindfreak with a player down looking to go for the retake. Yeah.
They got their work cut out for them. They should even consider the save here. Retaking with that op is going to be a difficult prospect, and that's another great duel found by Jesse. Mindfreak really got to consider that save now, because they're in a pretty difficult position. I think they are starting to back away. No point throwing the operator over in the bin, if not to the enemy team. Let's see if Nebula can go recover one of these rifles for Jesse. I mean, the man only started the round with the Sheriff, so if he can get his hands on a primary, that's going to be gorgeous.
Okay, Scroll and a nice little off angle here. Calthy's going to fall as well, so Scroll picking up the double. Starting to farm up that ultimate as Pex finds one as well. So Nebula end up losing a whole lot of rifles and another. Ooh, okay.
Definitely not worth it. Their economy could have been so good here. Like, literally, you could have seen all of these players with like 4K in the bank plus. And unfortunately, end of that round, they could have won that round flawlessly. But they hunt, they don't take a single gun off their opponents, and they lose like 4K on each player. That's a bit of a nightmare for Nebula's economy. And they need to be able to string these rounds together consistently. Let's see if they can do it. They do have the Seekers online, and they're going to be going straight towards B main, but there's a 3-man setup here for Mindfreak. Well, it's going well for Mindfreak, I'll tell you that here, Mac. So far, 2 picks for them. They're going to try to force their way up lane here, Nebula. Scroll still in the site. He's playing around the site boxes there. He's just had a perfect time isolating that duel. Nebula starting to trade a few back though, but Pex, bit of the difference maker there. Perfect angle from the man. Rails, he's going to try and go all in for this one. Puts the spike down, pops that TP. Mindfreak, need to make sure they don't let this man isolate a few duels on the way back into the site. You still frozen there, Mac?
Shadows traveling.
Alright, well. That is not where you want to be if you're Rails. Straight into the tree setup towards Killjoy. Mindfreak retaking the side in now. Clearing it out. Taking a lot of time. That turret actually, I think, will check Rails' position. You do have the half in here for Ferg. You might even consider sticking it. And Pex, beautiful angle isolation for the man, just holding it down. That extra ult orb going to be given to Norson. And Mindfreak back on the board. 9-7. With 3 guns alive, their economy should be looking pretty good. Sucks that Pex is the one with that operator, because he could even consider knives here to really help out the economy of the teammates, but instead thinking about the light armor to be able to drop one over to one of the boys. As for Nebula, they're going to reinvest here as well. Kauth has got the knives, so that will help out Nebula's economy in terms of buying the full armors on everyone. And Nebula, they've really not been going for much mid control. They once again going to go for a really quick one towards B-mate. Scroll and Norson over here. Norson really switching up where he's playing on that Sentinel time and time again. He was over towards A. That's a great opening pick though. That's absolutely no Killjoy utility available for the boys on Mindfreak and Nebula. They're going to just go straight for this B split, and it won't be checked. Look, deactivated alarm bot. All of them just walking straight up mid. So Scroll, he feels like he needs to go big here. It's aggressive in B main, just can't get anything done, and that should be the save for Mindfreak.
All right, I'm back. Good news.
Never had to talk for that long before, Mac.
It's crazy. Welcome to the world of solo casting, Mitch. And you did a fantastic job. It was like a radio cast. I knew exactly what was going on the whole time. You killed it. As Ferg kills Rails as well. So Pex now, he's just hunting for a bit of control here at CT. Does he clear the hard corner? No. That's going to be a freebie and an operator.
Oh, no.
Kauth, he's feeling it now. His tax takes down what? Everything works out for Nebula. And just like that, they're within 1 round of Mindfreak.
Yeah, and Mindfreak's money's cooked. That's a great position for Nebula now. They need to make sure they don't throw too many of these guns away, though. That's what they did wrong earlier. Now, again, they found themselves in an excellent financial position. They've got themselves an operator as well. They can't afford, up against the daggers from Pex and a handful of sheriffs, to 1, throw too many guns away, and 2, give the operator over to the other team, because Pex on the defense definitely wants his hands back on that one ASAP.
Okay. A little bit of info there off the back of the drone into a main. Wolfing in. Minimize. Okay. Clearing out a lot of space there. And off the back of it, Nebula may just decide to commit in. Okay, what? Reveals his position with that sheriff shot. However, Minimize has gone in solo. No one's there to trade. Now that's going to be a rifle retrievable as Nebula rotate back towards B.
Definitely not ideal. Retake setup. Pex is over here in towards market. I'm sure he'll be smoked off, but that's just not a player you want in the vicinity of the site that you're hitting when he's got access to the knife. Sprawl. Great info. Actually just going to pop the ult straight off the bat, and that might tag up a few more of these Nebula players. Ferg's going to found a pick as well. and all of a sudden it's a nightmare. We're in a 2-on-5.
There.
Oh yeah, I was watching Ferg push down short, and just as that was all happening, he got that kill in the back. So again, Nebula just making this one that little bit harder for themselves.
30 seconds left.
I mean, this might be the swing round that potentially loses them this map. We're getting towards the tail end of things. They've really needed to secure economy control.
Yes, and this was not the way to do it. What, however, will fall? 15 seconds. Looks like the save's already the call. There's no chance of getting that spike planted. And the knives are going to be coming in. Pex finds one, Ferg the other. And that's going to be a big round for Ferg. Pushing down short and clearing up the kill on the flank. 3 of those rifles, I think, were saved up as well.
Yeah, I think Nebula chose to throw the op out of the map, which is probably pretty heads-up play. So it's going to be 5 rifle, but Nebula, oh man, that could have been the winning position on Ascent here. Considering how the first half went, they were really setting themselves up well, and now they find themselves in the opposite position, backs against the wall. A couple of players on Mindfreak with great money. Let's see if this showstopper is the difference maker though, as we contest towards A main again.
Ooh. Again, just doing the dance at A main. Nebula, strength in numbers. This time looking like they will try to all go in together. Mike goes in, but it's not enough to slow them down. Taxi's going to showstopper his way in, but the dash is more than enough. Pex just dancing around, finding the double. What as well with a single? No, double of his own. Okay, big hold coming out from the Mindfreak camp, and that is going to be the cleanup. 3 for what? 2 for Pex. Oh my lord.
That's the game, mate. Oh my god. Pex was so big there. Just waited until the exact last minute. As soon as that rocket got ripped, he dashed in the perfect spot and got himself a 2K. That is absolutely gorgeous play on the jet from the man. And then Watt's just playing around him perfectly. You love to see it. And from a position where Nebula had, I think, did they win a thrifty of their own and recover some rifles? I can't remember, but there was a big swing round for them. They could have anti-ecoed. They would have had like 5-6K in the bank and been up in rounds. And now we find ourselves at 11-8 for Mindfreak with tons of money on the defensive side. This is going to be a near impossible task for Nebula.
Ooh. This swing on the contact. Double duelist aggression towards A main, but Minimize is going to flash himself straight out. The frenzy, not quite enough to open things up. What, he built this away. It's going to be Ferg with one, but Jesse looking sharp on the sheriff. Tax finds a single as well. We're back to that 2v2. Spike planted at the front of Gen as now Mindfreak already here and hunting for that retake.
Oh, the drone out does spot Nawson's position. The Hunter's Fury is available, but I don't know if he has time to really pop it as this retake gets kicked off here.
Okay. Double position here at Hell. We had the paranoia to slow things down for a moment, but Scrawl's got a whole lot of bullets to play with here.
Both darts available now.
Going to see Recon onto Gen. Should clear out a whole lot of sight. And Rolls, he's going to find one. Jesse the other. Big hold from under Balk there. And Nebula saved themselves from having a little bit of a cry in the corner.
That was awkward. A really awkward round. And Jesse, who's been having a pretty quiet game, I think he was 6 and 16, just starts shooting people in the head with the sheriff out of nowhere. Just a massive impact round, which keeps Nebula in the running here. But like I said, even after a massive round like that, where the Thrifties won, Mindfreak, they still have plenty of money. Straight back on the op. Lots of ults available to them. Hunter's Fury ready for that lockdown if Norson wants to use that for the retake though, so...
Okay. Bit of info off the back of the boom bot, and it looks like it's just going to be a full B split. No market control coming in from Mindfreak this time. It looks like Nebula may have just found the perfect entry. Double back site setup. Is it going to be enough? Okay, Hunter's Fury just looking for some info. Lines one up and spots it, tags it. Norson still just dancing around and surviving for now. Scrawl, he's going to be able to hold it down strong for at least 2. However, Minimizes there for the trade. Jesse on the single, and that spike will go down. Again, another 2v2 in the post lane.
Yeah, Pex locking down lines, waiting for that peek through back sight. That's a nice dart in though. Aggression on lane works out beautifully for Minimize, and now a 2-1-1. The retake with the op. It'll be difficult, but what a quick scope out of Pex. Surely Minimize just swings him and finishes it though. And Nebula, that was a great round for them. I didn't know where the alarm bot was on middle, but with no one defending middle, no info on middle, and no alarm bot on middle from Mindfreak. Nebula was just allowed to walk straight up and catch them with their pants down. And even though Mindfreak, with the 3-man setup on the site, the TP in from Ferg, and hitting some nice shots, Nebula, I mean, the play is just too strong. Every single player straight on top of that B site, a whole bunch of ults popped. And even though it comes down close, Nebula's able to get it done. But with so little players surviving, this is the critical gun round, which kind of decides who wins this game potentially.
Norton drone over the top. Hex enabled onto the line, and that's going to be a beautiful pick with the op to kick things off. But are they going to expect the third man over towards A this time? Ferg. He's got that paranoia ready and waiting. Going to pop it. He is going to be spotted, I believe, by the Wolf. Paranoia out, but he will hold his ground. Teleports back to safety.
That's a lot of time burnt off the clock, as well as a pick loss for Nebula. They got to decide what the play is in this 4-on-5. TP available for Rurls, so he could do something cheeky with that. Mindfreak, after getting that first pick, playing outside of the B side, except for Ferg.
Oh, big recon bolt. We'll spot Tax, but not the other two who were inside that smoke. Solid crossfire as well set up here. With the third player at Heaven, looking to peek on that contact. Smoke towards Heaven, Hawk in, and it's going to be Tax. Looks to find himself that double. All these teams are so damn low at the moment. Hex been able to get that right quick as what comes in. Looks to clean up at Heaven, but it's a 3v2, and Nebula in the post lane have been so strong for the last couple of rounds.
Seekers revealed the positions of all of the Mindfreak players. Great duels won by Nebula. Bird already ready for Minimize, who's healing up Tax. Tax takes contact, but he's going to win that duel. There's the Bird out as well. Wow. Nebula, so gorgeous from them to recover from that terrible position they put themselves in. They had to win 3 gun rounds back to back to back. Some massive individual plays, some sick shots being hit. But they made it happen, and now at 11-11, they break Mindfreak's economy, and after an 8-4 deficit at the half, look to potentially take this game here.
That was actually crazy how quickly they can come back in. There's just been so many swing rounds, so many just crazy close rounds as well. And look, overtime definitely on the cards right now, but I guess we'll see how these next 2 rounds go. Hex just with a frenzy, looking to play close range at B main. The 4-1 split. It's a big call. Ferg has a lot of work that he has to do over towards this A site.
Yep. It's an anti-eco for Nebula. They're just going to group up, utilize the utility to minimize risk. Kalf is dying to his own teammates' raise nade. Definitely not ideal. Door gets blown open, and the bomb goes down as Mindfreak look to compete near this retake now.
Oh, they are just rushing in straight away. The full flood. What? He's got himself the shotgun, and Mindfreak are looking to clean things up, upgrading a couple of guns here. Norson, he's going to be spammed away. Minimize as well, continuing to spray, but there's just so much damage done. Minimize pushing in through the smoke, trying to help out his teammate. Pulls out the secondary. Is it going to be an up? It certainly is. The 4K for Minimize on Sky is popping off. 12-11, and now Nebula looking like they can take map number 1 here.
Well, it's just the anti-eco though. This is the round they need to make their way through, and the ults are looking so much better for Nebula here. Look at that. One off the showstopper. Jesse, a couple of kills off the Hunter's Fury. Knives, doesn't really matter as much, but you could definitely get yourselves a cheeky kill with that. You got the Seekers. Possibly off the 4K from Minimize as well that he just got in that last round, because I think he had the Seekers down 1 or 2 rounds ago as well. So he's got it himself in the critical round with the multi-fragging. Another pretty critical Sky ult ready to go. And that's just the power of having a Sky on your team, man. Only 6 orbs to be able to get yourself another one online. That's why she's such a strong character right now. Do you see the mid control out here for Nebula? Operators available for Pex. He is contesting that line, and Skrull spots them out there, Mac.
Let's see what they do off the back of it. Hex, oh, big peek, but he's unable to connect there with the operator. Just to refocus back towards B main, but there's no Nebula players here at the moment. It is going to be Seekers in, looking to try and sell this fake, but an aggressive position from What now? Makes his way into Wine.
Everyone else is away from the A site right now. Let's see what he can do, Mac.
Oh, Paranoia slows down the push for the moment. There is going to be him spotted. Tries to dismiss and wave it over the top. Cal comes in with the knives. Tax with another opening. Now it's going to be Heaven that they have to worry about. Scroll just running away from that Showstopper. And Showstopper used very effectively just to zone away the defenders and keep these numbers 4v3 for the retake.
Look at the flank for Minimize. If he's unchecked, the longer this takes for MindFreak to complete this retake, he could just win this round. But Norsen's so aware, is able to clear that one out. And now all of Nebula around Jen and under Heaven.
It's the old fool me once, fool me twice, but not the third time. This time, MindFreak looking to win it 3-on-3. Tax holding strong here from Jen. Focusing back towards Switch, gets himself the triple for the round. Now it's up to Pex on the operator, finds one. Goes over to the Vandal instead. Now going through the Cloudburst. The knives mission initially, but there you have it. 13-11. We are going to see Nebula taking map 1 of the series, which was, of course, MindFreak's map pick.
What a crazy game. That was absolute insanity. So many bonus rounds and anti-ecos and just absolutely insane rounds being won and swinging the game. There was literally like, I think 4 different swing rounds where I was like, MindFreak's going to win this game. And then I was like, Nebula's going to win this game. And I was like, MindFreak's going to win this game again. There's no way they win 3 gun rounds in a row. And then they did it. Just so many clutch players. You absolutely love to see it. What a great map one.
Yeah, just so much going on. And Pilski, we have Breeze coming up, but it's after a break. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. We'll see you just after this.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Oceania tour. We are halfway through, well, 1/3 of the way through. Who bloody knows? I haven't read the script. Between these two teams, Nebula and Mindfreak. Nebula, of course, taking map number 1, and it was a damn good map. And moving over to Breeze, it's going to be even better, I hope. I hope you guys think so. I hope we all think so. Anyway, if you guys actually want to play some yourself, Season 3 registrations are open at the moment for amateur and open leagues here at LPL. So if you and your friends or some competitive individuals want to get a team together, have a bit of fun or get competitive, make sure you register, make sure you got to be in it to win it, and you could have a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of success too, and climb your way up the ranks to even play in leagues like this. But of course, we need to talk more about Breeze because I haven't casted it yet. Have you casted it yet? Have you seen much competitive on it yet?
Yeah, I cast it a couple times and I've watched a lot of games on it now. So I feel like I'm pretty familiar with it, but still teams haven't really figured it out 100%, even internationally. So even in Oceania, it's going to be an interesting one.
I'm really hoping it is. Of course, I've played a fair bit in competitive, ranked rather, depending on how you want to call it. And the dynamic of the map is extremely weird. So I'm very excited to see how it plays out in a proper competitive match, especially around the mid area of the map. Are we going to see a lot of action around there, or is that sort of left towards the extremities? I know that, we're probably going to see a bit of Viper, probably from both teams as well. It seems like that wall is just so damn strong when it comes to Breeze.
Yeah, I would expect the Viper. I think mid is a key area of the map because for me, Breeze feels like the map where lurks are king. And, there's just so many different angles. You can lurk through halls. You can make those mid-round pushes if you're on defense to be able to find yourself some key angles or a nice flank or some key mid control. And obviously on attack, lurking through middle, lurking through halls can definitely be a win condition for your team.
Certainly could be. Now, we need to have a look at which agents are going to be played. So let's jump straight into it. Looks like Rurls and Watt are both going to be playing those Vipers. And what else? Ferg on the Cypher, Jesse. He's going to do the exact same. Are we expecting some more Sova from both teams as well?
Well, there is Sova. I would expect Sova from both teams. Nebula might forego it. I'm keen to see what Minimize will pick. This is, it's worth noting, the map where Mindfreak changes up their roles the most, and you're seeing it right here. Norson on the Jet, Ferg's the Sentinel, Pex is going to be on Sky, Watt is Viper, and Scrawl is on the Sova. So the only duelist will be Norson, who is usually on a Sentinel, and he's going to be playing the Jet for this map. As for Nebula, this is a spice that is an interesting one. This is their map pick, and they've chosen the Yoru. It's something that I see them experimenting with a bit.
Okay.
And Jesse will be on the Sentinel for them, so he's going to be on the Cypher. So Cypher and Viper is something that I have definitely seen from a lot of teams overseas. And obviously the Sky is pretty popular in Europe, and I've seen it to great effectiveness in both of these maps as well.
I can see the Yoru being very effective just to make those long rotations a little bit easier. If you send that telly over earlier on, then maybe you can have a bit more success. The flash as well. Not the most potent flash, but of course it still can be useful getting around the corners or even just faking out your opponent. But let's see how it plays out as Breeze map number 2 here is going to come through. I dare say the defense... is it an attacker side of the map?
I don't know, really, to be honest. I haven't decided.
No decisions just yet. Which side are we going to see Nebula start on? Okay, Mindfreak picking the attacking side to kick things off. Let's see how this one goes. Pex, of course, on the Sky. It looks like the lineup is almost mirrored other than that Yoru coming through.
Yep. So no real surprises about that one, to be honest. I've even seen some teams opt for no duelist on Breeze a little bit. But Jet is obviously quite effective.
Yeah.
2-man walk through halls to kick things off from Mindfreak, looking to potentially get an A split going for themselves. And you can see already Kauth and Tax trying to make that mid-round push into middle, and it's worked out beautifully for him.
Early pick. Let's see if they make their way all the way in through halls. Minimize going to be stuck at the stairs. Just too many men running towards him at the one time. And Norson will fall back as that spike goes down towards the side pyramid. Jesse looking to come in from CT. Tax with a big flash to try to come up from double doors. He's not, well, he will be spotted. Okay, out in the open. Crossfire's working out too good at the moment for Mindfreak. Trade comes through. Caltho in the 8, good for a single as Northern picks himself up a triple. And that is going to be Mindfreak with a successful pistol on the attacking side.
Gorgeous. Northern on the jet, already showing, you know, it's pretty easy to play duelist. You know, the Sentinel player, big brain, and then brings the big game onto the jet as well. Love to see it. Nice pistol to start things off for Mindfreak. It's not their map pick, and obviously they're shifting around their roles quite a bit. So you get to see just how dynamic some of these lads are, how much experience they have playing different agents and being able to be flexible.
All right, faster approach and minimizes in a strong position. He won't be able to get away anywhere though. What just knocked him down with the Spectre. That wall across the site is just so hard to deal with for these pistols. If they run out, well, they're in the open against some long-range weaponry. You know, that wall has gone down. An opportunity for Nebula to make their way back in.
It's going to be difficult. The wall is obviously still something they can throw back up at some point. Oh, Pex is actually isolated, trying to overextend, trying to find an angle over towards the right side. So that's going to be a Sheriff dropped.
Okay, let's see. Tax is about to flash his way through. No one's blinded by it, and it's going to be Ferg holding strong. Picks up a double in the post plant, and Kalth is just stopped by the trap wire. Recon Bolt not going to quite knock him down here. Exit through CT, and all should survive. Maybe not. Okay, what's going to hear that dash? Kalth wins it with that ghost and decides to fall instead.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to stay alive because otherwise he'll miss out on a lot of income. And with Watt only having the Spectre, probably not worth picking that up and trying to save it over. I'd rather just have Vandal Armor straight into the next round. There's the bonus for Mindfreak though.
Yeah.
Ghost was dropped over to Pex, but he's going to invest in a Marshal anyway. Let's see what Mindfreak do on this bonus. Does seem like they're pretty heavily grouped up towards A early on here. Wall goes down across A, and it does seem like Nebula want to contest A main straight away. Oh, not ideal.
Okay. Norson just looking to make a tunnel of smoke to get to site here, all the way up into mid-site. Tax looking to push through. He is going to be tagged up by that Recon Bolt, but there is a bit of defense here. You know, the structure's in the way. And it's going to be Nebula holding strong. Kalth, he's just dancing around, finding himself a double kill. At long range, he's looking to go toe-to-toe there with Pex, and he will be successful. 4 alive at the end for Nebula, and they're going to be happy with that one. Mindfreak's bonus round does not work out too well.
Gorgeous. Four guns up for Nebula. That's really going to help out their economy. Mindfreak not really getting too much done with the bonus. They will now invest in their own gun round. So let's see what their approach is going to be on this attacking side.
Okay. Looks like they're going to be going for a bit of mid control. Potentially sending Cypher in through halls. Let's see if that lurk works out.
Off angle from Kalth could be pretty strong. Finding a shot towards middle. Mindfreak placing a premium on that mid control and creeping through halls simultaneously. So it does seem like they want to try to find some picks, but Nebula doing a good job keeping tabs on these parts of the map. Trip is up there in halls. Ferg just sitting behind it for the time being.
Cage triggered.
Pops it, drops the cage, but decides to fall away instead.
Oh, Rails, great flank. That's going to give the man advantage for Nebula, and this is going to throw caution to the wind for Mindfreak. They've now lost all presence on the A side of the map, so they're going to pick up the pace in towards B, but Kalth is already on the line there, Mac.
He certainly is. Recon Bolt into a good position as well. Minimized from the back of side, unable to hit anything. It's Pex with the double. Norson just tapping heads here. Oh, it's actually the wallbang. By the way, Spike goes down, and in the post plant, Mindfreak looking good to find themselves a third. Jesse. Crosshair unable to reach the final destination. Edging forward. A good setup here from Mindfreak as this wrap comes all the way through. It's a patient approach. Now there's an opportunity for Nebula to make their way in. Scroll swinging there. And Pex on the flank. Everything working out for Mindfreak with some solid patience, some solid aim. And Nebula just unable to match it right now.
That was a 3-on-5, man. Like, they got that first pick with the flank from Rails in towards Halls, and then I think Cal's got the next pick towards middle. And then Mindfreak just win every duel on the way into the B site. What a bloody turnaround. You absolutely love to see it. Not if you're Nebula, though. Their money has taken a massive hit off the back of that. Cal's going for op in this round rather than dropping and going knives. So he really wants to try to find some impact. Let's see if that purchase is going to end up being worth it. He's going to go contest middle now.
Oh, straight out the doors. Who picks first? Cloudburst to gain the advantage for Norson. Wolf coming around the corner. Calth decides to Cloudburst away. Will survive on 91 HP, but that spam through allows Jesse to pick up 1 kill. Jumping over the top, Scrawl unable to land that second shot that they really kind of needed. Ferg goes down as well with the spam. That wall, those trips, just a little bit too strong for Mindfreak to deal with this round.
Great tag with the camera there. Just great opening to the round from Nebula. This puts Mindfreak in a horrible position. Oh, Scrawl. He does drop that Viper ult, actually, so let's see if Mindfreak can turn this around or at least make it expensive for Nebula here, Mac.
Spike in a very open position, though. Couple of darts. Forcing Nebula back over towards that left pyramid. Walk around the corner. Everyone peeks for a bit of info, making sure no cross comes through. 30 seconds. What isolates one fight, minimize head taken off his shoulders. And now a chance. There's 2 on 4. Quickly brought back to a 2 on 3. Flash in. We are going to see Nebula going aggressive, and now Scroll, they're just going to hold their ground. 20 seconds. This could go either way from here. Viper's Pit coming out as that one has been up. Both of these attackers are so damn low. Dax walks in. He's going to die to the snake spot. It's going to be the classic, the right click. It's not connecting, and just like this, Mindfreak may just be back in the round.
How has this happened, Nebula? That was a 4 on 2, a 5 on 2. Calth, both of these players are so low. A couple of right clicks could be the difference between him winning the round. He's not going to use it. Instead, the left click is more than good enough on the Scroll, but that is not the Viper taken out of the equation. Calth, this is great game sense. He's well aware that Watt wants to get out the ult. He's going to break him and kill him. Is that going to be enough time, though?
Yes.
He's got it. That is beautiful from Calth. That is absolutely big brain play from the man. And I mean, it shouldn't have even been needed, to be honest. That should have been a round that Nebula shuts down. I'm thinking to myself, Mindfreak, yeah, cool. If they take a couple of guns away from Nebula, then they're still in a good position. But that, I mean, that is not a round that Cal should have had to save.
No, is yeah, that's just one of those rounds where you look at and you're like, oh, it's happening. Yep, okay. And you just don't really know what to say. But then Calth on one shot manages to beat 2 people on one shot with the classic out and gets it done single-handedly. But again, huge damage to the economy of Nebula. So we are going to see Mindfreak giving it a damn good crack into round 6.
Look at this, Mac. The money from Nebula is cooked. That is a great shock to be able to take the trip out. You get the Toxic Orb up there. Just limits the info from Tax. Mindfreak, they could reset the economy off the back of all of that damage in the last round. Even if they didn't take the round, they did so much economic damage. And Calth, again, on the operator, needs to be the difference maker. It's a retake B setup here.
Oh, Calth takes the extra half a second to line that up. Cost him a little bit of health. However, he will be here to fight. Wrap into the back of sight for Mindfreak as they are looking for some control. Smoke goes down, but what is sharp as nails? Norson following up. And there it is, 4v2. However, we saw one of these almost be won by Mindfreak before, so let's see if Nebula can knock back on Mindfreak's door.
How has that happened? Again, like, the round starts so well for Nebula. They get the opening frag. They're putting themselves in a good position, and then Mindfreak just wins all the duels on the way into that B site again. And that's going to be a difficult round for Nebula to recover from. I was talking about how fragile their money is. Yeah, they're going to try to save over the operator here. And Calc will have access to the knives. Mindfreak don't want to let them save, though.
I think they may have just spotted him edging over towards T-spawn. You can see those pings coming out on the map. So they are very aware that this could be their positioning. Royals, the offline behind the pillar. Good for the first kill. Pex. Oh, look at the trade. Whips a couple, unfortunately for himself, and Royals able to stop that kill from coming through. So 2v2 in the end, but Mindfreak out to a 2-round lead.
Those are not really guns that Mindfreak can afford to throw away either. Their money is not looking too good. Timeout here for Nebula, have a chat about how this game is going, because this game, similar to that last map, Mac, this game is all over the place, mate. The economy is just absolutely cooked.
Yeah.
For both teams. So let's take a look. All right, so we got an operator available for Nebula. They got knives available for Couth if he wants to pop them and go for some armor. But apart from that, I mean, I don't even know if you invest in this round, to be honest. I think, you can try to go for broke, and off the back of taking 2 guns off Mindfreak, you can try to break their economy and start winning this game. Or you can potentially just get armor with the knives and then try to take some guns away from Mindfreak and play for that next gun round. Does seem like with the purchase of the Vandal from Jesse, though, they might try to go for this one.
I'm still trying to see where Yoru fits here on the defense. We've had 6 rounds so far, and there hasn't been a whole lot of utility that's helped them out.
Well,
just caught out a few times.
You're talking about it. Look at the ults, right? You got ult for Tax. You got ult for Jesse. That's a lot of info that they can potentially have access to, but also Minimize. He can pop his ult for info as well. Potentially just ult in, clear out all of B, and then they have a lot of info about what's going on. He's not using it off the bat, though. Maybe potentially holding that for the retake. In the meanwhile, Mindfreak looks like they want to just make their way straight out onto A, but again, the operator is a difference maker for Nebula.
Let's see how it goes for them. There's a lot of control coming out for Mindfreak. On the other side of that smoke, they've just left the Viper there for the moment. Pex looking to go for a late approach in through the halls. Royals very focused over towards A main, and may just get shot in the side if this one is not watched. Okay, Calth. The knives strong enough to pick up another kill in the round, and Mindfreak start to get picked apart. Spike. I believe it hasn't been spotted initially, but you can see these rotations starting to come across from Nebula, so they are aware of that Spike's position now.
That trip has just been excellent from Nebula time and time again. You can see why Cypher is just so strong on this map, because it's so annoying on the defense to have to worry about all of these lanes, all of these stupid little positions where you can get lurked on, but having that Cypher trip, it gives you the certainty that that part of the map is being contested. This is great damage out of Pex. He's attempting the 1-on-5. Not sure if he's going to be able to complete it, but every kill that he gets makes Mindfreak's job easier once they complete the next eco.
Okay, hawking his way through, but it's just the fake one. Tax on the line. It's knives close range for Calth to get another kill, and he did huge work there, along with everyone else.
Well,
did they get a third round for Nebula?
They didn't get the op. They didn't get the op, Mac.
Ooh.
That actually matters. Like, think of how many rounds have started with Nebula getting that op pick.
Very true.
They're going to be able to save for it, though.
So no change in the setup at the moment for Nebula, although Jet's over towards A this round, so maybe we're going to see a bit of action into halls instead. Although, as that happens, Mindfreak again are just looking to go straight, quick into B. It's worked out before, and again, got Minimize playing close range. This time, he's got a shotgun to play with. Is this Judge going to be more than enough? It certainly is. Gets 2 kills, still a couple of shots left in the mag, but he doesn't get any more. Scroll comes in for the double kill. There's damage already been done. Pex as well, flicking around with the classics to get another on a Calth, and things go south. That spike is going to be planted at least. Pex, he's following it up, but the Seekers on the way back in are a little bit too much to deal with, and Tax finds himself the double kill. Spike goes down, so yet another ult point goes across to Scroll. Other than that, though, it's Nebula with the round.
Yeah, didn't matter. Scroll's already had the Hunter's Fury online, I think, throughout most of those kills, so won't be making a difference in that regard. For a piece, though, evening things up. Couth, due to the fact that that was the half-fight, like I said, has had time to save for the op, so he's going to have that back online. And Mindfreak, despite the fact they have Cypher, Sova, and the Sky, have not, and then obviously the Jet on the other side, have not been able to deal with this operator. They have so many tools to be able to find where the op's playing, to be able to push ops off the line, limit the information cover of certain parts of the map, and they still are pretty consistently losing first picks.
Big Viper smoke straight out towards Snipers. And it looks like we are going to see Mindfreak try to split in and get a bit of mid control, but for now they just hold and wait for Nebula to overextend. Well, speaking of that, Tax has gone very aggressive in through the halls. That's a world of information for him.
That's just awesome. It's been a part of the map that's been pretty regularly contested by Mindfreak, but Tax, after that initial duel with the operator on the line, like you said, a critical position. I was talking about it. Mid and halls are the kind of spots where you can lurk on attack or defense and find critical timings. Speaking of which, Norson trying to get that mid control, but checked by the Cypher cam for the time being. Mindfreak, 50 seconds on the clock, need to get a wriggle on, decide what they want to be doing. But if they rotate late in towards A, Tax is already here.
Oh, let's see if he can get a good timing. Shift walking forward, eyes on this position too, so Mindfreak. Oh, Pex is coming extremely loud, and that's going to be enough information to trigger that rotation. Look at it, 3 players. It's going to be 5 players all towards the A site if they commit to it. Jet's still lurking, but with 25 seconds and the spike on this side of the map, it is the full commit. Now we have to see Rolls going through. There's 2 vulnerable players that are just going to be shot down, as is the planter. Kalth gets the trade onto Scroll. And the spike is on the ground, unplanted. Norson, that lurk was just a little bit too late in through the doors, so he will just save the Vandal. But a great read off the back of that advanced positioning coming out from Tax.
Yeah, it's gorgeous play from Nebula. They might even be able to 2-0 here, which would be a bit of an upset. I think that was something that Nebula a couple of months ago, you would have said they're kind of hard capped when it comes to, you know, they are pretty consistently beating the teams that are below their pay grade. They're a bit of that gatekeeper team in the last little bit, but they've had a really tough time finding upsets outside of, okay, maybe they can take a map in a best of 3. They can make things competitive. Sometimes they'll take a best of 1. But a best of 3 win over Mindfreak for these lads, especially in such convincing fashion, if they're able to continue along this trajectory on Breeze, it would be really impressive. And they're showing a lot of good stuff. It's not only just like the calls that are pretty on point, but a lot of big individual plays. They just got so many playmakers on their team, man. You've seen all of these guys have big rounds individually across this series so far.
Let's see if that trend can continue. This time the timeout, of course, is Mindfreak's one, so they're going to be having the chit-chat about what they need to do to try to get a few more rounds on the board here on the attacking side. They've had a lot of success over towards that B site, but it seems like Minimize is starting to hit a few more shots, trying to play a bit more passively this round, looking like he's going to sit over towards Broken Wall.
He's just been holding his ult forever. Like, when's he going to pop it? He hasn't used it at all. I'm not sure. He, like, literally, he's telling me, someone from Nebula's telling me, like, watch for this hero pick, man. I'm like, okay, I'm waiting. What's he doing with it? Come on.
Well, he sent that teleport back over towards the A site, and we have 4 players over towards B looking for an aggressive play off the back of the Viper wall. Recon Bolt is there, and they are looking at the Hunter's Fury. Not going to quite connect on it initially. A couple of cloud bursts will enable Mindfreak to make their way up towards snipers now, but how's the timing on the pick as Jesse pushing? Finds one of the pecks with the offline, knows that Norson's on the other side of the wall, but it is just going to be the pre-spam through the cage to bring it back to that man advantage for Mindfreak.
Norson knows all the tricks, man. Impressive for Scroll to actually finish that kill after the TP. He still follows Minimize all the way to the A side of the map with the Hunter's Fury. The Viper ult is hard for Mindfreak to contest with, so they're going to wrap back around. But look at this again from Tax. It's not great aim, but it's great game sets, great positioning. Norson's going to trade him back, though, and that's that whole A side of the map cracked open for Mindfreak. Some great mid-rounding from these lads. Great usage of individual players lurking into key positions and being able to make that mid-round call to win them the round. Don't have to contest that Viper's pit. Now Nebula going to try to kick off this retake through Cave.
Let's see if the flank approach towards the A site works out. Surely heard in a moment. Scroll, very aware that this is happening. Norson looking to peek on the contact. A couple of jiggles to draw attention. Rels finds himself the double, and this retake could just become a reality. What has the cross to sight, but he's going to go forward, looking to isolate a couple of fights here, but the second man is close. All Royals can't get it done for the third. It's what to find the double with a Spectre of all things, and Mindfreak, they steal it away.
Jeez. I thought he was just going to play off both of the spits there, but he doesn't even go into that post plant at all.
Yeah.
Just goes out there and gets it done. Man, Royals, he's had so many critical multi-frags in this series. Yeah, absolutely love to see it from the man.
He's really firing up just when Nebula need him, especially if they are to take down the likes of Mindfreak. Big wall, again, just going to be lined up and used very early on in the round. Mindfreak's one, of course, enabling that huge flank to come through on the A site, but Cal's with an early peek through B main. Will net them first kill. Yep, Spike spotted, which does trigger a bit of a rotation in towards mid here. His tack's going to be caught looking the wrong direction as we do see Mindfreak starting to make their way in through elbow.
I think he's in the perfect spot, to be honest. He's got full info on mid, full control. If they even try to pressure towards snipers, he's just going to be able to punish them for it. Calth on the line with the operator, but the orb does keep him back for the time being. There's Watt popping his own pit, and Nebula doing a great job defending so far.
What is going to crack one onto minimize, but are they going to expect Cypher on site as well? He's played here a couple of times. Push into broken wall now, as we are going to see Pex looking to get aggressive. How's Calth's aim? Is he expecting the man close range? Certainly not. Or he's taking the shot and then trying to fall back. Pex will trade and another as well. Just the advanced position so good to pick up the multi-frag. Tax now looking to come in from Archers. However, the Seeker's just too much information there. Pex is going to fall, so now achievable for Nebula.
Look at the dart though. Scroll ready to just spray someone through the pit as soon as this part of the map is contested. Dart goes out, doesn't reveal anything. Good spam in from middle there. Tax trying to pick one through the smoke if possible.
Lots of info. Hawk into the smoke is going to force them to run around a little bit. Tap on the spike doesn't force them out just yet. They know that Vice Pit is falling soon, and it's going to be both the Mindfreak players falling. I think they got on that just in time. Yep, there it is. Defuse coming through. Nebula pick themselves up a 6th round.
Oh my god. You seem very sure about that, Mac. You seem so sure about it.
The timing of the bloody beeps going very quick. If it's halfway, if it's like a quarter done already, you get the defuse.
Okay.
Mate, look, I'm telling you, all right, I've played this game before, once or twice back in my day, huh? All right, I've listened to audio. I've heard the audio. I've listened to the herd. They're a very good band. Now, this game, though, pretty good as well. 6 and 5. Nebula looking to take the 7 to 5 half. Absolutely.
They're one off with their ults. So basically into the last round of the half have all of their ults available to them if they want them. Quick one from Mindfreak straight towards A though, contesting it immediately. Gonna slow things down though. That's where Tax goes onto the line. That is a hand spotted. Norson, hard done by there. Then a follow up with the bird. That's just gorgeous play from Nebula, playing off one another perfectly.
Okay, minimize. Finally using his ultimate. There's a bit of info, and we got Calth going in straight off the back of it. It's annoying enough to get one, but Scroll picks himself up a double. So the aggressive play not working out as expected for Nebula, but even so, is that 3v2? Nebula still with the numbers.
It took him the whole half to use the ult. Finally does it. Rels in the perfect position. This guy is playing a hell of a game right now for Nebula. You absolutely love to see it. Viper's Spit. Trying to push Ferg off the line. The way Wells is playing right now, I wouldn't even want to be showing my little Cypher hat over the top of that wall.
No, definitely not. Wells even going for the classic. It's a pistol battle. Wells gives Ferg a chance, but says, nah, mate, not today, unfortunately for you. And now we are going to be going into half numero duo.
Well, this might be the revenge story for Cal. 7-5 at the half. The man's 16 and 7. He was playing on Mindfreak up until recently. And then switched over to Team Nebula. And might have worked out to be the better switch if they're able to take this game away. Mindfreak onto the defensive side though. Let's see if they're able to have a bit better of a time. Attack was not bad. 5 rounds. It's not like it's the end of the game or anything. They do have a whole nother half to get through, but I'm worried for them because a lot of these players on Nebula are looking pretty sharp this game. They definitely are itching for this upset. Yeah, Rel's very impressive indeed. We are going to see them going for a bit of Hall's control here. Minimize, feeling sharp on the attack, so already off to a good start.
Scroll couldn't thread the needle there with Shock Dart. Just trying to cause as much damage as possible. Ferg out in the open. Not going to be able to play around the pyramid as effectively as he wanted to. Scroll finds himself a double though. But Nebula in this post lane, they do have a big lurk coming in late through snipers. Let's see if it has some effect.
And flash available. 4 minimize at least. There it goes. It's going to delay a little bit longer. Tax, nice little tap onto the line. He's got a bird in about 3 seconds, which is going to delay even longer. And surely that's where the flank comes in and secures the round.
Oh, there it is. Boom, lines it up. Jesse, eyes on the prize and will have some impact. But again, great patience, just utilizing all those flashes so well. And maybe this is where the flashes are going to show why Yoru is a viable pick on Breeze.
I don't know about that, but you know,
we'll see.
If he wins, then you know I'm probably going to say Skrill's 20 bombing on a Viper. But you know what? Yoru is a character that you can play. That is a statement I'll make.
He's in the game.
He exists.
Yes. If you had a tier list, where would he be?
No.
True. Now, we have a stack towards the A site here, Pilski. Mind Freak. All over the double doors area. Player close range as well. Trailblazer in, and that's going to be a bit of information. Guiding light, no one to follow, and Scroll looking to swing from the pyramid on contact. However, it seems that Nebula are aware that that could be a potential stack. Edging forward, Tax wins that fight, Sky v Sky.
Yeah, Minimize got all the info, mate, on the B site.
That's it.
Walked in. None of these lurks working out. It is just the anti-eco, but it's good to see Nebula closing it out so cleanly. Trying to go up to 9-5. Hopefully they're able to keep all their guns alive. Oh, it's gorgeous stuff.
Oh, and Tax, look at this read. Just fully expecting Norson coming in on the flank. Oh, well, he was. Attention drawn. Good to see Mind Freak at least playing well off of one another here. Recon Dart. Not going to get as enough information. Tax flicking around, finding himself a quad on the anti-eco, and he's going to be laughing into the next.
Yeah, because he's got his ult. You multi-frag on Sky, you know, 3k, 4k. Sometimes that's your ult available really early on in the half. And that's the kind of ult that can be very valuable on a bonus. Because, you know, on that bonus, you often do want to do something a little bit more up-tempo. Try to set yourself up in a situation where even though you have lackluster weapons, you can still get the round win. And Seekers can do a really good job of, number one, telling you exactly what kind of a setup the other team's playing. And number two, just creating space, helping you get through that first initial entry path.
I've got your trail.
Cage triggered.
Well, let's see if the Seekers lay some groundwork. A lot of them just going to be shot before they... Too much information, however, it's the back of sight that they're after, and that's exactly where they are. In that cage, Ferg, he is going to fall. So, chance for this spike to be planted. Shock Dart gets the kill, but after the spike is secured. So, back sight, couple of players here, as well as that B main position. Late lurk coming in from Minimize at mid, and that's finally going to have some impact as well. Okay. Edging forward, Mind Freak looking to get as much control as they possibly can before this flank has more impact. But again, Minimize gets yet another. Now they have to refocus. What, just flinging around, trying to figure out where he damn needs to look. And from the side, Minimize going for the bursts with that scope. Is it enough? The blind. No peek, not yet. And there it is, late from Jesse, but he secures it perfectly. The guiding light. The ball's for Jesse just to hide and hold, fully blinded. And Nebula will win the bonus round.
Oh my god. This game's just going so well for them. That's going to put Mind Freak on the eco. If they complete this anti-eco, it's like a bit of a half bite. So still dangerous, but if they complete that, that's Nebula up 11-5. And if they're able to survive with 3+ guns up, that's strong money. What a bloody position that these guys are in.
Well, what now? Looks like Nebula again are just going to have this Yoru hard on the lurk. Okay. Bit of info spotted. Cam with the tag as well.
It's got its TP over towards cave side, so he can just contest a bit of map control, make a bit of noise. Then TP's over. He's over with the boys once again. That's a good shot from Norson to start things off, though.
Okay, let's see if the fake out draws any attention. Of course, it will initially flash through. Oh, the timing is perfect. This push comes through. but it doesn't matter anyways. Scroll falls before getting any damage done. Up from the halls there, What is just going to try to continue to play these sharp angles. But Ferg, he's here, and he's looking to get a couple of shots off, but Rurls is feeling it, Pilski, and there it is, the triple up against the Force Buyer, and now Mind Freak are in a very poor position.
Yep. Backs against the wall. It's going to have to be a flawless defensive side from here on out. Operator in the hands of Norson. Rifles brought up across the board. Let's see what Nebula's choice is. Does seem like they're going to go towards the B site. That's where Ferg lies in wait. Norson's over here with the operator as well. Ferg's had a pretty rough individual game right now, so if he gets rushed down and he's not able to multi-frag like he needs to on the Sentinel, then that's going to be difficult. There's the Yoru ult straight into the site. A lot of info.
Yeah, just fully clearing out the back of site there, and as he does finish off the ult, there's going to be a world of information. Onto site they go, and there's going to be a pick coming out at least from Norson. So, keeping it even, 4v4, but a lot of control on the back of site, but nowhere else. If Pincer comes in from Mind Freak, Nebula could be in trouble if they don't get off of the site. He attacks, he's just going forward. He's looking for control, he's looking for potentially going to map point, and Jesse's going to secure it. Norson gets a single. There's a bit of a consolation frag, but even so, look at that, Pilski, the 7-round lead. Can Nebula make it 8?
There's a timeout, but at this point in the game, it just doesn't really matter. You're already so far behind at this point that I'm not sure that Mind Freak's going to be able to pull it back. Sure, even if they can get a good read, they can win this round, they can win a couple. The way that Nebula's playing, all it's going to take is for one of Rurls, Cal, Tax, just to have a multi-frag in one round, one good round, and that's the game. And I back the individuals on Nebula to do that the way they're playing right now.
Yeah. And Rurls, look, he's plus 14. The man is absolutely insane. Cracked on the sticks on the Viper right now.
It's so funny as well because he's such a quiet lad. He doesn't ever even say very much. You know, he's pretty quiet on the comms, but he's absolutely cracked. One of those people that, you know, only communicates when necessary, doesn't really like overcall, doesn't offer very many suggestions, but he shoots heads, man, and he does his role so well.
Just a very good read on the game, playing off the back of what his team does instead. Let's see if he does that again as we head into round 18. Slow approach as we're still waiting for these force fields to fall. Wall goes down defensively over towards the A site. Just looking to get a bit of mid control maybe. Scroll, he's going to recon bolt towards the back of halls, just making sure no one's coming this direction. But it's going to be a faster bust. Wall goes out, as it does Trailblazer. Everyone to follow, minimize. He's looking to open things up, flash through. But Scroll on the stairs in a very solid position to stop this push. Tax now kept the trade, expecting the swing. Scroll, his position's known. Seeker's out just before everything goes crazy. The Viper's Pit now going to fall as well. It's Tax, he's just pushing forward, finds another, but the trades are there, and Nebula still have the man advantage. Ferg, if there's any time to shy, the time is now. Gets the ultimate off, so he has a world of information, spots the first and the second man, expecting double doors to be that position, but as you mentioned, 3 bullets remaining. Carl, he's hungry, he's got those knives out, and he's waiting for his teammate to come in through A main. Yeah,
just doing such a good job. Shouldering the angles. Jesse's very low, so he doesn't want to take this initial duel. Ferg's got a great read. That cave, he's rewarded for it as well. Counts into the one-on-one now. He's just going to hit all of the blades, and that's going to be the upset for Nebula. A gorgeous performance from those lads. A very close map 1. And then a Breeze pick, a Yoru, and a whole bunch of the boys just having an excellent game to be able to complete that upset and qualify into the next stage. Hats off to them. Like a lot of work put in by these lads, and it's definitely paid off.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. The mental fortitude to make that happen, and just in that second half, not losing a single round was absolutely crazy. That is perfectly played from Nebula. At least for Mind Freak, they will be going down to the lower bracket, and they'll have another chance at qualifying tomorrow. And I think they're going to be kicking themselves here because they probably thought, oh, we're in with a pretty good shot. But Nebula today, they came to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I said it was potentially going to be a close game. And I think Nebula, they've really been rewarded with that Breeze pick. It's the map where you can see Mindfreak. They are definitely shuffling around what roles they're playing and who's playing what. And, I guess that ends up working out for Nebula, who come in a little better prepared.
Well, we do have Minimize on the line, having a bit of a chat with the mans. How's that one feel?
Yeah, mate, that one feels amazing. Going in there, we thought we were going to win, but still feels good to get that one out.
So, first question that I've had on the tip of my tongue for you. Why the Yoru? That didn't really work too well for you in the first half. It showed what it could do in the second half, though.
Look, I think the Yoru, I didn't frag with it, but I still think it was a decent impact here. You have the fast rotations with the character, and we can just go wherever we want on a map like Breeze, where it's just a lot of side hits. And because we played Breeze on Friday, we wanted to kind of switch it up because we think they would watch our VODs. So we want to stay one step ahead of them and keep them unpredictable.
Okay, very, very good. Mitch, you got any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you what you guys have been up to lately. You've been putting a lot of prac in and stuff ready for this qualifier, where you're focused on your opponents. How's it been going?
Yeah, prac's been good. I love the boys, they're always sharp. And I'm really having a great relationship with this new team, after not having Dragon on the team anymore, going with Calf. So a really friendly team. Love everyone on it, and we're vibing really hard right now, pracking hard, and we're just killing everyone, I guess. It's kind of easy these days.
That's awesome. So how you feeling heading into the next stage as well? Just to ask one more question before I throw it back to Mac. What are your expectations for that one? Because you guys seem like you're in pretty good form.
Yeah, if we bring out the Euro a couple more times, we should be good, I reckon.
Okay. All right. I'll keep my eye out for it.
Yeah, so even if you didn't take the first map, how confident were you going into Split? I heard from Pilski that you guys haven't played it a lot since the roster swap. So, theoretically, were you confident going all the way to 3, or did you think you needed to take it in 2?
Honestly, we thought no matter what the veto went, we could beat this team. We're pretty confident every map. We have a really diverse map pool. We play every map, and we're willing to go the distance with any team. So we didn't really feel the pressure.
What did you say to Rolls before that second map? Because he absolutely popped off.
Yeah, look, he was playing with his feet the first game. Yep. So I just told him, you know what, I know the game's pretty easy, but just turn the monitor on, play with the hands, and we'll see how you go. And that was only 10% of the power. You haven't seen the Rolls final form yet.
Well, hopefully we get to see him in the closed quals. But for now, big congratulations there to Minimize, and enjoy tomorrow because you won't have to play again.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
There you have it. So what a damn happy man he was, as you would be, of course, qualifying for the closed quals and taking the W over Mindfreak 2-0. Before going into this match today, Mitch, if I told you that this was going to be a 2-0 to Nebula, would you have believed me?
I don't think so. I think it would have at least been a 3-mapper. I wouldn't be surprised that Nebula could win, because I know that they're a quality squad. At the same time, I don't think that was the best of Mindfreak that we saw today. They definitely can play better than that, and I'm really hoping they can recover and try to get themselves that spot that they're looking for. But Nebula, they were just in much better form today individually. They were really, really on point. They were just the better team on the day. And I want to see them bring some more consistency and some more of that form in the future and continue putting these good wins together.
Well, of course, Mindfreak are going to be going up against the loser of Peace and Villain, which will be the second game for today. We are not able to bring that game forward, so of course it is going to be at 6 p.m. So don't go too far. We'll see you after this extended break for match number 2.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
me what you got. Back up, 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 back up. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VOT Stage 3. I am your host, Mac, joined with me, I'm joined by, he's joined by me. Mitch, are you joined by me?
We're joined at the hip, Mac. They just
Yeah.
can't see it because it's obviously from torso up. But
Yeah, off
yeah,
camera.
we're definitely joined.
We are in multiple ways. And we're joined by you too for some quality games. Of course, we had a quality game already today. Of course, that was Mind Freak and Nebula. Nebula taking the W2-0, 13 and 11 on Ascent, which was a banger match. And then on Breeze as well, it was just as entertaining, but a little bit shorter, 13-5 over there. So Nebula doing very big work for Nebula. Nebula doing big work for Nebula. There you go. You heard it here first, and they have made their way into the closed qualifiers. Mind Freak are going down to the lower bracket, of course, to take on or have another shot tomorrow against one of the teams down there. But that brings us to the game here, which is Villains and Peace. Mindfreak's actually going to be playing Direwolves tomorrow, so there you have it.
Oh.
But yeah, Villains and Peace going head-to-head for yet another spot in the closed qualifier. Peace, they've been around, it seems, a little bit longer at the moment than Villains, and they seem to be a little bit more experienced, at least with the names that I can see on the roster. But Villains as well, there's some names I recognize there, and looking like they should be in with a shot, although Peace coming into this one as the favourites, Mitch.
Yeah, I would pretty much agree with that sentiment. It's somewhat of a harder game to call because I think there is some shuffling around with rosters and some players kind of coming in and out of certain teams. So I'm eager to see what the lineups will be for both of these teams heading into this game, and then we'll probably get a better idea of which way we think it's going to go.
Well, let's have a look at this matchup as well. Let's talk Villains first. So you guys know, you might not, but you might love them, and you might not love them either. But I certainly do. You got Cloxy, Myth, Marsh, Pocket, and Prophet here, and that is going to be the lineup for Villains. Now, Mitch, have you had a chance to watch too many of these players play yet?
I've seen a couple of them play. I think I did watch like one of their games. They seem like a solid up-and-coming team that's getting some decent results in. So I'm keen to see if they have what it takes to actually push it through to that closed qualifier stage. It's worth mentioning as well, up until recently, Suave was on this roster. I'm looking through the last couple of games, and particularly the game where they last played Peace, and it was Suave instead of Cloxy. So I'm eager to see if Cloxy is going to be on that jet, as we often do see him play, whereas I think Prophet was playing that previously. So there will be a little bit of a role shift around in this team, I would imagine, and we'll see how well they've been able to adapt to that and whether that helps them hit the new highs that they need to get into that closed qualifier.
Well, let's see if that is going to happen for them, because they're going to be playing up against Peace. Now, Peace is a relatively new org in the region, coming around at the start of the year and picking up this roster of, I'd say, misfits. You know, you got Ronsky, Nation, Sicko, Tensite, and Clutchy here. Now, they're doing a pretty good job so far, considering the lineup. You got Tensai, who is probably the newest addition and one of the very sharp gamers in here, and he loves to go to that Phoenix as well. I remember watching these guys a little while ago. They were pretty strong. Ronsky, you know, he's a big name. He's absolutely insane on the mouse. He's so damn sharp, and this man is one of the players that you would be looking at to carry. But then Clutchy as well, he's always that nuisance, just managing to get through and pressure those defenses, try to get into the back lines. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But what's your thoughts on Peace, Mitch?
This is a really solid team. Yeah, I think you've got great firepower. I think you've got 5 players who all know how to play individually and part of a team, and there's some pretty decent experience here. This is not a team you can underestimate, and this is not a team that I'd be surprised to see in a closed qualifier having a crack at the likes of Wildcard and Order and those kind of teams. And thank God someone's picked up Nation in a team that can potentially do damage, because I really rate him and I think he can do fantastic work. So I'm eager to see what he's going to be able to do in a squad like Peace.
Yeah, he's been very, very sharp for a while now, and finally finding the home here at Peace. Now, head-to-head, we do have Cloxy and Ronsky. Now, why have you picked these two individuals, Mitch?
I think it's like literally roll face on keyboard as a caster when you're talking about head-to-head matchups to just pick the Jet players. But I think the Jet players' performance will definitely impact this series. I think Cloxy is someone who he's definitely had some solid performances in the past, but haven't seen him competing on a roster for a while. So I want to see like his level heading into this match, and then obviously Ronsky is probably the standout player in most servers that the man's participating in. So let's see his level of form heading into this game, because if he's on, it's going to make Peace very hard to beat.
Yeah, there's a few players in this server where when they're on, it's going to be very hard to really knock them down a notch. However, that will bring us to a quick chat about the vetoes. Now, which way do we think this one's going to go, Mitch?
Last time we had Haven, Icebox, and I really wish that this website showed me the whole veto and what the third map was going to be. Maybe I'll have to hop on over to a different website to find out that information. But you know, if it does go to the same veto, you'd be expecting to see Haven, Icebox, and then something.
Well, there you go. So let's have a quick look at what the vetoes are, in fact. So no Breeze, no Bind, Icebox, Haven, and Ascent. So there you have it. We do get to start things off on Icebox, which is interesting. It's good. You know, I didn't get to see too much Icebox last time I casted, and I really love it as a map. I know it's one of those maps where when it first came out, everyone hated it, especially in competitive play, but it got picked up and figured out quick, smart, and just, you know, the height of a lot of the places on the map can just make things so curious, so many crazy little angles you can play. I think last time I casted this, I can't remember what the team was, but there was like a wall, the Sage wall boost from the mid tube over on the side because there's a glitch where the wall goes through the wall and it's just like crazy. And there's just like angles that shouldn't exist being made exist. And it's just, you know, one of those maps where anything can really happen. And a lot of 50-50 angles. So you need to really rely on that utility to get into both sites.
Yeah, we've ended up on Ascent as the decider. I really wish that some of these websites would keep the veto around in Valorant like we have on all the hltv.org because it makes my job easier. I really wish that was a thing. Either way, though, you do end up on Ascent. You know, that's a bit of a middle ground for a lot of teams. As for villains, I mean, the Haven last time around didn't go so well for them. So they've gone and picked it again. Last time they got 13-5'd on that by Peace. And then Icebox was actually a lot closer. So both teams, despite quite maybe not necessarily the results they would have wanted or expected, are still going to jam the same veto and give it another roll of the dice.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. Of course, it is going to be Icebox to kick things off, and the players are in the server and ready, just going through the agents now. So let's jump into Agent Select, have a quick look at which way all the players are going to be choosing to play it. Looks like we have a Viper pick for Sicko, got Clutchy there on the Sova, and Pocket going to be mirroring that one. So we have Killjoy and Viper over on the side of Villains, got Cloxy on the Jet, and the Sage on Prophet. So I would not be surprised if we see a complete mirror on both sides because Nation, as far as I remember, is a Killjoy player as well.
Yeah, it should be pretty mirrored. It's a slightly different lineup this time for Villains. Having Cloxy in the lineup means that they get a Jet as part of their squad. Last time they did not run one, but instead only run the single duelers with Raze.
Yeah.
So, yeah, mirrored lineups for both of these squads, and we'll see how it is going to break down. Last time they played Icebox against each other in an official was at the start of July, a whole month ago. So we'll see what the result will be this time around with slightly different lineups.
Yeah, and of course, it is coming in. This one was Peace's map pick, right?
It was. I think it would have been in the other series as well, and it was 13-11 in favor of Peace a month ago, with 4 core players from either side.
Okay, so slight changes since then. Let's see how that one affects it. Of course, the mirror matchup in terms of the agents, so both on attack and defense, you'd be expecting to see relatively similar strats coming out, but I guess we'll see once we get into the action. Looks like we've got the Deagle, or the Sheriff rather, in the hands there of Ronsky on the other side of the fence. You've got a couple of Ghosts in the mix, and it looks like we got some players just opting for some early utility too.
Defensive side here for Villains, as it is Peace's map pick. See what the approach will be in the initial pistol round. Aggression from Cloxy up onto the line here. The attacker's side Viper wall is invested over there from Sicko, but no pushes. Despite a 3-man setup over here from Villains, they're not being enabled in any way. There's a retake A setup from the boys on Villains, and Sicko starting to prod over here towards B long.
I love the advanced positioning coming through. Okay, Sicko gets a bit of info, but he won't overcommit off the back of that wall. Now, A-site retake is set up for Villains, and Peace are slowly but surely just sending their way in.
Just using the Viper to be able to find some info. That wall will be useful for the retake later on. Killjoy just minding those middle positions with the turret, and perhaps an alarm bot over somewhere or other. As you do see Peace getting ready to go into this A site, should be free for the taking, should be a pretty easy wall up and plant, and now we're going to be heading into the retake.
Spike planted.
That wall as well going to be a bit of a nuisance to play around for Villains on the way back in for the retake. So just making sure no one's here lurking late at mid. For the moment, Peace, they've just got that A main control, looking to play all the way back from Belt. Some players here at Elbow, the 3-man setup. They're not having to worry too much about the front of sight. That one's going to be spotted by Nation. Peace now, just trying to play around the wall, fully aware that that one was laid down. Elbow push comes in, and that's going to be the first pick finally coming in from Pocket. Clutchy on the trade, so the Sova will be king here. Lots of knives on the wall, making sure no one gets that defuse off. Not for free. It's going to be a push coming in. Ronski, big flank eventually. Better late than never. And that defuse is going to be wrangled in. But again, Nation just locking it down, spamming away. I don't think that defuse would have worked anyway. I think you got on the spike a little bit too late. However, Peace is going to be happy with that first round on the attacking pistol.
Yeah. Pretty no-nonsense kind of approach. Did take a long time just running a default, making sure that they didn't get caught out. Took some main control, and then went straight into that post plant and navigated it pretty damn well, if you ask me. So Villains, back to the drawing board. Singular eco for these lads. Full classics across the board. No force buy, funny business. Instead, just looking to try to get some damage done.
Ooh, okay. Clutchy. Journeying in. Myth just looking to try and play around the wall there. Tag comes through, which will force Villains back for just a moment. And it looks like Peace, they are just going to be trying to play around this wall at mid. Cloxy gets away with his life, but deals a little bit of damage beforehand. However, these B-site players are quite low for Villains.
Yep. All up for the plant on the corner here for Tensai. I think I'm not sure if he's messed it up and can't plant now, or...
He doesn't have the spike.
Oh,
that's the trick, huh?
That'll do it. I just always automatically assume that the Sage is the one with the spike. He is not though, and Clutchy gonna fake it. Gonna actually throw bomb over to Sicko because they apparently want to prioritize the ult points in towards the Viper's wall.
Oh,
that is a clean anti-eco if I've ever seen one. 5 alive for Peace. Couple of armors being broken, so that will require the reinvestment. But after all said and done, I'd say Peace will be pretty happy with how that one went, and then they will head quite nicely into the bonus.
And where to from here? Looks like it is going to potentially be the A site hit. That wall at B. A bit of a staple on the attack with that Viper, just making sure you've got it up, making sure that if there's the chance that you do want to go to B, it just denies so much vision from the defenders, so it forces them to play aggressive early.
Revealing area.
Dart to the woods backboard there for Pocket. And as you often do see, Jet Smoke just being used to deny the info to the Dart. Nice opening duel from Cloxy though. Takes Ronski out of the equation, who can be quite dangerous on that Marshall. So that's a good player to avoid, even if it is just the bonus.
Great patience here. Just holding, expecting some potential extra aggression, although Villains with the modern man advantage don't really have to be making this first move now.
It's taking their time. 4 and 5 bonus. Expecting some aggression, but Villains don't really have any incentive to push here. And it's all going to chill out, hold their ground. And with 50 seconds, actually, Cloxy on the back of the Dart is actually going to push up. May get caught here by Sicko, but Sicko is actually the one getting caught by Prophet. As the wall does go down, but the spike is yonks away.
I think it was intended to be a fake, but then just with no control over towards A main, they decided to go back towards B instead. Tensai, an aggressive maneuver in towards Orange here, and he will not win the fight. The Clutch is close with the trade with the Spectre, unable to get another on a Marsh who's high above the site and just raining down some damage from above. Prophet swings in under tube in the nick of time, and Nation not going to be able to plant that spike at all. Yes. So the bonus round, not too successful at all. They got 1 pick, but that's about it.
Yeah, well, that was just the Bulldog taken away. Luckily, that Bulldog does get thrown on the ground and swapped out for the Vandal at the end. So this is definitely going to help Villains out, building up their economy already. Let's see if Peace can have a crack in the gun round, though. 1 off the Hunter's Fury and 1 off the Pit. Getting quite happy with how that one's boiled down after Sicko was given the plant for the extra ult earlier, I believe.
Yeah.
Going through middle, this is interesting for Villains. They want to get aggressive straight up in this first gun round, straight behind their own defensive Viper wall. Tag on Nation, who is just minding that extremity with Ronski.
Okay, it looks like we are going to see Peace try to play for this orb here. Just a bit standoffish before committing to it.
Well, both Clutchy and Sicko are there, but I'd imagine you'd want the Viper's Pit in this first gun round. It is given to Clutchy though, so they prefer the Hunter's Fury over the Pit, interestingly enough. Maybe they want to give the plant to Sicko. Sage Wall plant and then pop the Pit. If they can get control of that B site, that could be a winning combination once you do get the Hunter's Fury in towards the post plant.
It could just be the best of both worlds. Now, let's see if this happens. Recon Bolt comes in. They know someone's sitting here on site. No pulse comes through, though, so there's not that extra information. Hunter's Fury going to be used just to clear out the site. Looks like this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. Wall goes down. And the ice wall may just come up. Looks like Viper's Pit is going to be used there as he managed to get the pick, so he gets it off anyway, but that's going to be Spike on the ground. Viper's Pit falling. Now everyone's in the middle of nowhere. However, Peace, they do have a whole lot of control of site, and these defenders are taking a little while to rotate in. Sage, is she going to swing in here? Profit, that's the move he wanted to make. He's managed to find one at least, but Clutch, he's swift on the trade. And it's up to Bronski to clutch this one out. He's a little bit far away. Spike not quite planted for him, but he does have a dash to play with. Cloxy definitely going to be sticking this for half, maybe the whole damn way, as Ronski takes a little bit too long to go in. And there it is, Cloxy. Not going to be able to make his dessert and eat it too. However, he does take the round with him. So there it is. 2 for 2. Villains will equal things up. But Peace are the only ones to take a rifle out of the round.
Yeah, both teams as well have the jet knives available, which is really going to shore up the first gun round. Actually, though, Cloxy not going to use his. He's instead going over onto the operator. Wants to try to be a bit of a difference maker in that regard, because Peace won't have access to the operator themselves. It's just going to be Ronsky to drop his rifle over and then grab himself the knives ready to go. Peace pretty heavily putting some emphasis over towards A. Do have the Sage Res available for Profit, though. That's a potential opportunity that Cloxy has unfortunately not been able to capitalize on, especially in a very critical gun round like this where you can break the opponent's money. Those are opportunities you can't let go by the wayside.
Let's see if the knives can get much work done as they start to move in towards the A site. Profit. Oh, Osline held. He expected the man up on top site. Now we are going to see a whole lot of control coming in. Villain's being very respectful. Ronsky, on the other hand, he's just going to be swinging wide. Finds himself the quick double. Refreshes the knives as well. Still 4 to play with as he plays around screens. It's looking like Villains may just have to pack their bags before they even start to get their way back in. However, Rez comes out from Profit, so Sage ult out of the equation, but Marsh not quite expecting this aggression. Ronsky, the man is here to multi-frag.
Got the drone back in. Villain's actually creating a bit of space here, getting into this site pretty nicely. There's the Sage Wall, but they haven't cleared out the site. Nation's still on top of it. And that is unfortunately too much for Villains to handle. Peace off the back of a nice double in from Ronsky. Do manage to close that post plant very convincingly. That's going to break the money of Villains.
There you have it. Peace maintaining the lead 3 to 2 now. Villains still just trying to find an answer as, you know, Ronsky, when he's hitting everything, there's not really a whole lot you can do. And the man just using that jet ult to perfection. Looks like we are going to see Peace go for a bit more of a passive approach. Ronsky wanted to watch mid push, but as I say that, we see them move back towards A main instead. Now, oh, okay. See Cloudburst used just in time to stop that Recon Bolt from getting any information. However, okay, Ronsky and Tensai managed to get those entries. Tensai's already up on site and is just going to be a bit of a nuisance up to heaven, up the rafters. Maybe even pushing the whole way through. It worked before and it may just work again. Slow orb though. Tensai not getting too big for his boots, but Profit feeling sharp there.
Yeah, a bit of aggression here for Pieces. Ended up being a bit of a nightmare. They're losing quite a few guns in this anti-eco. There is actually the lockdown being invested, but the shock darts in combination with the flank from Sicko means that that should be destroyed.
He gets knocked out by one of the gamers just in time, so Sicko now in a very hard position for Villains to have to deal with, although a couple of quick shots may just do it. Okay, tapping it again. Myth just waiting for this swing, but Nation at jail is just going to be locking it down. Profit, the prisoner in his own damn sight here, and he may just fall as well here with the Marshal. He's definitely going to be going down, making sure he has some money in the next round. But there you have it. 3K comes in, but Peace ultimately will take the round. That's going to be a 2-round lead, although the economy is still in question.
It's an expensive one for Peace at the end of the day. and money's pretty cooked here.
Yeah.
Villains, you do have the Viper's Pit available and one off the Hunter's Fury, but Peace do have that lockdown available and the res for Tensai. If I'm Peace, I probably just want to chuck the lockdown down ASAP because you don't want to allow the Sova player on Villains to be able to deny the ult. Just want to get it down while it's still useful, essentially. Drone in, just to limit the risk. Grab a bit of info on the positioning of some of the defenders, and I believe the lockdown's just going to be thrown down on pipes.
Seems to be the strat. Nothing really for Villains to do to stop this one from happening, so they will just have to give up the site. Peace again, finding A relatively cleanly, and again, Villains just having to play retake simulator on the A site. Not going for those early fights, as that has not been working.
They do have the pit though for the retake. That might help them get the defuse off. A lot of Peace players contesting in through maze here, and Ronsky wants to try to get a different angle. Updrafting in, looking for the pick.
Well, in comes the drone. That's info. Ronsky finds himself the lineup. There it is. The quick double, and then a whole lot of control. 5v3, making a 5v2 profit. Two quick ones though, but he goes forward, off back the double. Not only him, but Pocket will fall as well. Tensai feeling sharp at the Vandal today. Playing the Sage to a T, and there it is. 3-round lead. Peace shredding up the Storm in the last 3 rounds.
Again, going to put Villains back to the drawing board, back on an eco. Couldn't use any of those ults effectively. They were one off the Hunter's Fury. They had the pit to try and attempt that retake, but they never even got an opportunity to get into the site. Ronsky's just shutting the door before they can have a crack at it.
Yeah, well, there it is. Yet another multi-kill for Ronsky, having huge impact here on the attacking side. And drone through. Bit of a gap in that wall, so not expected, but it's there. And, oh, okay. Marsh swinging in off the back of the bot being killed. Now, he wants to play aggressive. He's just got this Spectre. Close range is key, but it is going to be the res and the trade from Tensai. So more than enough control, and at long range on the B site, they should have this advantage. Ronsky with another pick. His Pocket takes down Tensai. There's maybe a chance for Villains, but they have to hit some sharp ones, and Nation makes it that a little bit harder as Myth falls.
Yep. Just a half buy, some damage being done. Good use of the Hunter's Fury to try to punish that res. Down goes the wall, and surely down goes Cloxy as well. Has a go with the Marshall. Pocket, some good shots. He's connecting, but not finishing off any of the frags. So that's just going to be armor damage. And reinvestment from Peace will be totally fine. 4 alive at the end of that round. Both teams got some good ults going for him. Sage res good to go for Villains as well as the pit. And as for Peace, I mean, they've got their own pit available. Once they get into one of these post plants, that could be quite troublesome for Villains to deal with. But at the moment, I mean, you can talk about the ults all you want. At the moment, it just kind of feels like Peace is a bit more quality in the fragging department.
So this is the second res already for Prophet. Let's see if he just tries to pop it as early as he can. Doing a very good job. That's crazy that he's already used 2. Randy Bloody, 8 rounds in. Man is doing work at the moment for Villains on that stage. Dropping the wall early at Tube, expecting maybe the change up from Peace, but this time they're just going to be walking through mid. No one playing Boiler, but they're spotting this from underneath rafters here.
Down mid.
Yeah, nice early pick from Marsh. Does give the man advantage for Villains. They have been struggling to find them elsewhere. With the pit down on B long and mid relatively contested here from the defense. They should be feeling pretty comfortable about their prospects, but they don't want to overextend here. They could definitely be punished for it.
Yeah, Ronsky, good coverage to get rid of the drone with the operator. However, Bomb's still solo on Sicko, who's hidden under Boiler. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it too much further, but he has to rely on the rest of the boys to start to cause a nuisance on A, draw that attention so he can make his way in. But that line's held again by the Jet, just waiting for the overstep, and there it is, Spike on the ground. And now at Peace, they have to go into a retrieval mission. They've got the A site, but not the objective.
Yeah, need that Spike. And look at Villains. They're all setting up around it. So many angles that Peace will have to deal with. Do start to contest through the screen side, but Marsha's mostly got that one on lock, and he's just tapping away. The repeats from Peace do end up being effective, but not before losing too much HP on multiple of their players. And Villains, they're going to lock that round down. Res not being invested for economy. They're going to hold that on for a rainy day.
Okay. See if they can get back into this one. 3 and 6 with a couple of ultimates to use may just make it easier. But again, you know, Peace maybe just an afterthought when they left the spike on, who was it? Sicko, stuck underneath the boiler. So very unfortunate for them. But again, look, hindsight's 2020. So maybe next time they'll be able to keep the spike on someone who's going with the rest of the pack. Now, recon bolt over towards mid, just looking to clear this out again. Ronsky has been feeling it. No one playing boiler. But again, that's what that recon bolt was clearing out. So great usage of the utility to get Ronsky in a very high ground position.
Well, Cloxy needs to be careful here. He could definitely get caught on a strange angle. If he's overextended, doesn't get the dash out in time, he could be double peaked.
Oh, he's making a bit of noise too, which surely has been heard. Double peak comes through. Oh, whiffed shots, and Cloxy gets away with one and maybe even a second. Just isolating the line over towards long here. The Sicko go up over the top. Cloxy decides he just wants to get out before he gets traded out.
Well, good opening pick. Showing good confidence as well to try to punish the overextension. Did Mush spot out Ronsky? If he didn't, he certainly has now, as Ronsky actually takes the turret out, which could create space for Tensky to walk in and just take some kitchen control here. This might not be something that villains are ready for. They know that kitchen's dirty. They're pinging. There's the lockdown from the defense. So Tensky is kind of forced to push out, and he is punished for it. This is good play from villains so far.
Slow and appropriate, waiting for that killjoy to be almost done. No one going to be detained, but over the top, they're expecting Ronsky in that position. But however, Sicko feeling that little bit sharp, a bit of chip damage onto Cloxy now. The Viper's Pit has been popped. So a very strong defensive ultimate. Sicko just needs to stay alive to keep it up and just buy so much time here. The numbers, they're for villains, and they are going to be going in off the drone. But Ronsky, blind fire through the smoke is enough to get another. Common angles. Free fire, too strong. Sicko even goes aggressive as well. Cloxy unable to go for the trade with the pot shot. Swaps it out for the Vandal instead. 1 on 2. He's running out of time. That pit surely getting close to being out of time. Cloxy, 1 HP and a dream as he goes in. Up there it is. Snakebite on the prize, and Sicko going to be taking that one with the quad kill.
Good stuff from the Viper. Invested the pit. Well worth it at this point, because you're essentially breaking your opponent's economy on a couple of their players. Villains, oh man, it feels like they've been broke for this entire half. They're just losing gun round after gun round after gun round. And even when they do get a round for themselves, they don't survive with enough players alive to be able to stabilize their economy.
Looks like a different approach from Peace this time. Much more aggressive towards the A side, but Cloxy wants to fire with fire, goes for the Blade Storm, and unfortunately misses every single knife here. Pocket on the offline will spot Sicko jumping up and hold his ground. And that shock bolt down, as well as a bit of Hunter's Fury to lock another kill for Peace. Now trying to control sight. Myth from down below shoots up the Sheriff. Profit is not going to be able to trade in time. Nation too sharp with the Vandal. Drops himself a Nano Swarm over towards screens just for a bit more control. Snakebite changes the position of that spike plant. Cloxy drops it quite in the open, in front of sight. And he's going to go down. It's all up to Nation. The man has to go huge here, but Myth is that little bit sharper. Flicking onto the head of Nation just in time. He's only on 30 HP as well. And he'll get himself that defuse. So he'll have that Viper's Pit on for the next round, the final round of the half.
Yeah, just in the nick of time as well. That's gorgeous from Myth, though. Some great raw adjustments onto 2 angles that, yeah, you're expecting some opponents playing from them, but, you know, can't obviously be hard pre-firing, hard crosshair placed in that regard. So yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, just see the mechanics on that man. Definitely on point. He got a proper gun round to close out the half at least, which is good to see. No ults available for Peace, unless someone goes massive and starts multi-fragging up a Storm. But villains have the pit and the res, so let's see if they can leverage this ult advantage to take this round away.
We'll see if it happens. Oh, okay. Pocket caught between a rock and a hard place. Right out in the open. Ronsky falls as Profit is up there for the trade. Looking to utilize that ult in time. Res comes through and Pocket goes down for a second time. So that is going to be another kill going across into the hands of Peace. Still no one really close to an ultimate, so we're not sure if that's going to have too much impact. It's just going to be guns out and firing.
Trying to complete the retake. All of the defenders getting up on top of the site, but the snakebite's going to make their life very difficult as they contest yellow here, Mac.
Pushing in. Okay, Sicko at the front of yellow just needs to hit a couple of sharp shots. He will fall to profit. Clutchy keeps the dream alive for Peace here, looking for that ace, and he'll get it too. Just swinging back over towards the spike. Lands another headshot onto Cloxy, and there it is. The 4-round lead as we head into the second half. Peace now on the defense. Let's see how strong it is.
Well, even if it's not that strong, I think individually they're looking a little bit sharper than Villains at the moment, and they've already got themselves an 8-4 lead on that attacking side, so you'd probably be backing them the way that this game's going. See how Villains do go on the attacking side, though. Pistol is where it all starts. I mean, we saw Nebula just in that last game at an 8-4 deficit heading into their attacking side on Ascent, turn things around and win 13-11. So fingers crossed for a repeat of that, because that game was very entertaining. Uh-oh.
What's happening this
Oh,
time?
no.
Tensai, yeah, he's missed the mark with the jump there, so he's actually completely locked himself in jail, and now that's going to be heard. Marsh is thinking, what the hell's going on? Ronsky is going to be spotted and will have to dash away. I saw the world where he got that pick onto Marsh. Look at that. Clutchy's gone down early with the very aggressive push all the way through A.
Started off terribly for Peace. They have gotten out of jail, though. Ronsky's up on that line towards Pipe's side. But Villains, after all said and done, does seem like they just want to group up and hit the B side of the map. There is a retake wall available there for Sicko, so that might help them out later on. Prophet has only got a shotty. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. What's the plan here, Jan? As the Snake's Bite is going to stop that plant from going down initially. He's trying to make it work, but time has been bought. Tensai pushing very aggressively towards the back of sight and isn't going to stop that spike from going down. Will survive on the swing, but man is so damn low now. Numbers are there for Villains as well in this post plant. Whole lot of walls and util going to be thrown down. Prophet, he's just playing close to that wall. Finds the first, but unable to double it down. Now it's back to that 2-on-2 piece. Doing a very good job at making these trades. Sicko swinging in, but he's going to be solo for the moment. Ronsky, Sheriff in hand, looking for that final kill. Just needs one on the body, but he's going to find the head instead. 3 kills for the man, and there it is. A solid retake for Peace as they get another round on the board. That's going to be 9-5. 9-4, rather.
Pretty heads up as well. Giving Ronsky off the back of the 3K, giving him the defuse so that he's closer to Blades. That could potentially help out later on if they do get into a position where maybe he goes for Vandal or someone needs to upgrade in a bonus situation. Not looking like it's going to matter at this point, though, because Villains are going for the Force themselves. It's an interesting Force as well. Mixed bag of lollies in terms of the weaponry. No clear consensus on what's a good weapon for the second round Force here from Villains. So they're going to try everything.
And look, everything always works, right? So this is around every day of the week for Villains. Oh, damn, Caster's cursed that one. Ronsky, man, so sharp with Marshall. He's going to be pushing forward. Unable to find himself the third, but Tensai close range with this Spectre. And certainly dished out a damage or 2. He's going to make it 2 as well. So double kill for him, double kill for Ronsky, and a very clean looking anti-eco. Well, anti-force, anti-second round of the half. Yeah.
Yeah, Ronsky has his knives as well. He's going to buy up another Marshall anti-eco.
Already? Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that was a 2K in the death after getting the 3K and the defusal in the first round, so...
Yep. And you know the thing about numbers, Pilsky.
I mean, let me tell you about numbers, Mac. I'll tell you about this thing called numbers when you buy Sheriff armor and Marshal armor and buy down to 1K every round. It's actually quite hard in this meta when they just did the update.
Oh, this is the wall.
Yeah. Seen this one a couple times. It's actually quite hard. That's a nice kill. It's quite hard to buy all your util when you have not much more than 4K into the gun round. So that could end up coming back to bite Villains when they're over purchasing Sheriff armor and whatnot in a round like this. But if they win the round, then worth it.
Okay. So it seems like Villains had seen that trick before and were certainly expecting the aggression coming out from Ronski. Snake Spite looking to stop that plant from going down on the B site. However, they haven't made their way up just yet. This could change the direction as which the Sage Wall goes down. Snake Spite going to miss the mark, but they're trying to spam it early. Spike just waiting for the moment to push through and plant, and it's almost worked out for the moment. Prophet looking sharp on the Marshall there. He finds himself the double kill, continuing to fire away. He's out in the open, and Clutch is just going to be swinging from the backside pocket, suffering the same fate. Now it's up to Marsh in the 1-on-2. Both the positions known of the defenders. Don't think they spotted him. They certainly didn't. Marsh expecting Tensai close. Oh, barely misses that spam. He's expecting someone to be close range. There it is. Keeps the gun in hand, and he's going to land the 1-dig. See you later, Tensai, and there it is. Villains fight for their right for another damn round. 5-10.
The half buy ends up working out. I was talking smack about over purchasing Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I'm talking about. Who knew that casters could be wrong? End of the day, though, that's a great spot for Villains to be in now. I mean, they're still down 10-5. So it's going to be quite a long road back into this game. But they do take a tack to have a chat about how things are going. Lockdown available, Sage Res available, full buyout from them. And Peace, they will also buy up into this round, but their economy took a pretty big hit there. Ronski's able to afford himself the knives here, so he can potentially keep extra money in the back pocket for the operator later on. I've seen Ronski many times on this map do pretty good damage with the operator on the defensive side of Icebox. So that's probably something you're going to be wanting to play for later on. But this is Villain's chance here to take a step back into the game. If they can shut down Peace in this round, they can reset the defensive side economy, and they can start to pick up some momentum and even up that round loss.
Yeah. So what's Tensai going to do? Is there a gun on the ground there for him? There is. Okay. So he's picked up a Vandal. There's the timeout is donezo. That was a Villain's timeout, by the way. So they're just deciding what they want to do here in this attacking round, just to try to get back in the game before it is, of course, too late on map number 1 of the series. Late call to swap things up for Peace as they decide to send 3 aggressive over towards long B, but as that happens, it means no one's over towards that A site. However, Tensai, he's just going to be entering the mix as early as he possibly can. Ronski only one with the right click as Pocket holds strong for 2, but do they expect the next man, Clutchy, on around the corner? They certainly do not. There's one. Marsh, I believe they heard him step in. He needs to go huge. There's the whole team on his back. Oh, and the time into the peak from Clutchy is absolutely perfecto. There you have it. Wall bang through the wall onto the head. And it is 11-5. Peace now 2 rounds away from taking the W, 13-5 on map number 1. And this round should be very hard for Villains as their money's all over the place again.
Yeah, I mean, we were highlighting the Jet matchup. I know it's a bit of a meme amongst all the Twitch chatters and all the Valorant players out there, but I want to just say that Foxy and Ronski had pretty comparable stats at the start. If you look at the head-to-head matchup graphic that we had in the pre-show.
Yeah.
But that is not what's unfolding in the server right now.
Let's see if Cloxy can pick up the pace before it's too late. Of course, they do have another map to play with here. Peace working wonders on their map choice here. Of course, map number 2 is going to be Haven, so let's see what happens there. Once we get there, it could be soon. It could be in a little while. Okay, second wall is enough to get across to site. It looks like that plant will come down, maybe through the green box. They're just trying to figure out when the best possible opportunity is to plant it, because it's a whole lot of spam coming towards Prophet here. Recon bolts there. No spam through green box initially. Oh, but Sicko shoots it just in time. Spike goes down on the ground, and now Villain's chances of getting this spike planted are halved because there's no one on site. That spike is down, and Villains need some kind of control, but they've got nothing but yellow.
And going to be difficult. They're just being punished. Being punished for every time they try to put a foot out of line. They get that spike planted, get that spike retrieved.
Yeah.
That's going to be Peace. At point here. Great money. Got a couple of ults to play with. Operator on Ronsky. Yeah, the list is pretty long at this point, Mac, and Villain's buy is not good enough to contest here, I don't think.
Yeah, Sicko doing a damn good job there on the B-site defense. Picking up a triple. He did fall, but at the same time, he's +7 at the moment, having a wonderful game. 9 assists as well. Getting a whole lot of assist with that Viper utility. Now let's see if Peace can close it out here and now. Looks like they are getting aggressive down mid. Ronsky wants to go straight through the smoke, and it works out as well. Completely ridiculous. But again, this man is sharp as nails, and he is certainly on one today.
Well, Villains, they've got B control. It's a full retake setup. Just all of the boys playing around A. That's a nice pick from Cloxy. That's actually going to open up middle a little bit more for the lurk through kitchen if they want to go for that later on. Oh my god. We're talking about this man stepping up, Mac, and those are some really sharp shots on the knives.
They heard the jump up, but Clutchy was not ready for that one. Right click to the face, and again, Cloxy is going to refresh those knives. So doing all the work this round himself. Can he get more than the triple? They've got a whole lot of control to get that spike planted this time. No spam to stop it from happening. And Peace may just give the round from it.
Yeah, that's a big impact play, but it's a long road back towards overtime at this point for Villains. We'll see if they can bring the consistency that's necessary to be able to make the comeback happen. Cloxy, what's out Sicko? You can go for the operator if he wants it, but opting for the rifle instead on that attacking site.
Yeah. Understandable.
Money on Peace is still good. They can even op again onto Ronsky if that's what they want to go for. He's instead going for the Marshal though. We'll see how that goes for him. He's pretty good with this weapon.
Yeah, laid some groundwork a few rounds ago. Let's see if he can do it again. Marsh is still down on that Spectre, so taking a bit of a risk to try to keep the economy stable if they do lose a few weapons. Let's see if this one works out for Villains. 3 ultimates to play with. You've got the Hunter's Fury as well as the Lockdown. And a bit of a res there. We do see a bit of poking over towards B-Long. Coming out for Villains nice and early. Bit of noise, and they've drawn out a couple of rotates too.
Yeah, it's a good job. They're just limiting the info that Peace have access to. They're going to start walking back towards this A side of the map. They got a lot of high impact ults available to them. Drone does see a lot of players, so Peace have definitely got the read on what's going on. You start to see a shift in the rotations back over towards this side of the map from them. There's the ult on top of Pipes. Clearing out Gen with the nanos is going to detract from the post plant a little bit.
Yeah. You got that wall up as well to deny any info.
Spike planted.
Let's see if the retake is successful for Peace now. 5v5. Not much damage done to anyone, really. Still a Hunter's Fury for the post plant, as well as a res. Prophet playing in jail. Myth even got the lineup ready with the snake spite. No one watching flank right now, but it's okay because the keys are all coming in from one direction. It's going to be the 5-man mop-up in a couple of seconds. Marsh with 1, Prof with 2, Cloxy with the double, and there it is. 7 on the board. Villains still fighting for their right to be in Icebox.
Oh, that was just a great crossfire. Little contact setup. One player takes contact off mid-site. The swing through from Maze, seen it work plenty of times, and it's good for it again. That's going to reset Peace's money. They are on the half buy, but, you know, we were talking about it before, Mac. A lot of sharp players on this roster. Not a buy you can take for granted. And then you got to follow up. Villains, well, they're making a run back into it.
Take flight.
Still some footwork to be done, though.
Okay, Sicko, this is a dangerous position. Oh, he gets cleared. You hate to see that. Sicko thought he had him dead to rights, but Myth clears it late. And Villains, they're on for another one. Peace, 3v5. They are going to get those shock darts out. Clutchy fully ready, and Nation as well. Hits a couple of sharp ones with the Guardian. Myth there to cover. Now there's a chance to plant, but Peace getting a bit of extra damage through.
Getting a bit messy for Villains. They're actually just going to pop the Hunter's Fury, and that's well done. Does reveal the position of Tensai and finishes him off as well, but it's expensive as hell for Villains in terms of the ults. Economy is not much of a concern right now. Their money is totally fine, but having to pop and invest the ults up against a half buy when you've got a gun round coming up could potentially come back to bite you. They don't have anything to play with into this round. They could potentially give Myth an orb or a plant to be able to get that pit down. March is just a short multi-frag or an orb and a kill off of his lockdown as well. And in the meanwhile, Nation has got the lockdown for the retake. Tensai has got res as well. So Pieces' potential to retake one of these rounds, particularly if Floxy's finding an opening pick, is pretty high. Let's see if Villains can deal.
Pocket just droning in, trying to clear out the close angles. Let's put Tensai there. He's walled himself up to try to play a sneaky angle.
Slow pace from Villains.
Yeah.
Not wanting to put a toe out of line. Or a turret on the line isn't going to reveal Ronsky's position. Just hides from it, and that does get taken down. It's going to be the B-split in here for Villains. There is a alarm bot in middle there, but it's quite deep in middle. Nation spotting the cross out. Sicko, let's see if he can pick one of these players trying to cross out onto the site. It's fully controlled by Villains now.
Oh, yes. Let's see if Ronsky's going to be in a good position or a bad one here at yellow. Has to try to wrap around, but Cloxy just unable to fight him initially. Just dancing, waltzing his way to victory. It seems eventually dealt with, but now it's so hard for Villains to come back from here. It's all up to Myth. The man, the legend. Spike down at long. 30 seconds to play with, and he might just come back through mid instead. But Sicko's eyes trained on the prize here. Nation slowly but surely going to be able to come in the flank and trade, but there it is. Clutchy with the final kill. 13-8 is the final score on Icebox. And Mitch, we're going to be heading to Haven with Peace winning 1-0 so far.
Yeah, I think a relatively one-sided first map. Villains, you could definitely see there was some fight in there, and there was some great individual plays out of a couple of the players, but I think they were a little bit too slow to start. The good news for them is that they've had a warm-up map, and they have their own map pick coming up. So let's see if they can give it a much better crack.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any Haven today, so of course it's going to keep it that little bit fresh as well. But go get yourselves freshened up because we are going to a quick break before map number 2. Don't go too far.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for map number 2 in series number 2 of the day. Of course, it is Villains taking on Peace here. And me, the big man, Pilsner, going to be bringing you all the damn action. He was just telling me that this is the best map of Valorant he has ever seen. And this one is even going to be that little bit better.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to it. I think Haven's going to deliver. Mac, what a great difference in the map pool we've seen today. We've seen 4 different maps so far. I could see that you were really so excited about Breeze, you thought you'd set it as your background. That's so nice of you.
Yep, I certainly was. I can even change it to the middle of Australia if we want.
Is that the next map? Is that a new map that they're going to announce?
Yeah, this is Haven. This is Haven. Oh, sorry, that's the studio. Sorry, how about we jump back over to Uluru, you know? Put the big pineapple in there as well. Why not? Hey, let's just, we're just chilling. What's up, guys? How we all doing? Hey, we're just chilling in the outback of Australia, just getting ready to jump into Haven, which of course is set in the outback of Australia. If you didn't know, yes, the scenery may look a little bit out of place, but that's what I got told anyway.
There might be some gelato shops and things like that, but don't worry about it. Don't ask too many questions.
No, just don't ask questions, and we'll be all right. Okay.
We all know that Australia is not a real place anyway. We're all paid actors. And, that's why there's just a whole different set ready to go.
Yeah, and we should be, we could fully flip upside down and all that, but who knows how it's going to go. However, Haven, pretty much flipping the game upside down when you jump into Haven because there's 3 bomb sites, which is completely ridiculous. And every time I play Haven, I go into the next map and I call the sites A and C and forget about B because I just think B site is the middle of the map on every map. And my brain, I'm old now. All right, I'm old. I'm pushing 30. And sometimes the mental gymnastics just aren't there. But Haven, it just takes, you've learnt this game for so long and you're expecting there to be 1 choice or 2 choice, like 2 options. And then all of a sudden you're given 3 options and it just completely flips your world on its head upside down, kind of like Australia. And this match in particular, these players, they're damn sharp, they're damn crazy, and it's going to provide a whole lot of action. Game's almost ready to go. Someone has just unfortunately come down with a case of the runs, so they're probably in the toilet and they're a little bit late to the server, but hopefully they'll get that fixed so we can get into game number 2. Quick smart.
If they got the runs, then they should be back on the computer in no time, Mac. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Look, I'm looking forward to the double duelists this time around. Some Phoenix action. Phoenix is, one of the favorites for a lot of teams on Haven, a lot of the better teams in the world. You go through, you look at their comps, a lot of Phoenix in there, the 6 ult orb to be able to get the run it back. The ult orb's quite available on Haven. You got the Lurky boys on the Cyphers. Let's have a look at the agent select, see if it is going to be similar to the last time that these 2 teams played. Okay. So as for Peace is playing the exact same lineup that they played last time, just with different players on different agents, which happens when you do bring a different player into your team. Villains are making a change. Instead of Omen, they are playing the Astra, and then Prophet is on the Sage instead of a Phoenix in there. So quite a different lineup from both of these squads.
Very good, very good. Now let's see how this changes things. I was quite excited to see a bit of KO there, but he didn't get picked. So unfortunately, it was just the hover, and we got the Sage instead. However, a bit of Astra action. We haven't had any Astra today, so seen a few teams at the top of the region all loving that Astra pick, and sometimes going for the Viper instead. But of course, the Astra, you can drop your smokes, fake them out, and reuse the stars as often as you like. So we'll see how that comes into play as we do move into Haven. Of course, this is the seeded map, so we'll see who got that defensive side and the attacking side once we get in. Of course, historically, this map has been pretty damn attacker-sided. But in this region, last time I said that, both teams got like 80% of the rounds on the defensive side. So what do stats tell us, Mitch? That I'm wrong all the time, no matter what.
They tell us a lot, but the caster curse is stronger than the whatever you were talking about. I can't remember what it was. Can't say that I really listen that often.
Awesome.
Anyway, you do have the push from Clutchy, who is on the Sentinel this time around, which is a bit of a difference maker. Nation on the smokes instead. And that is going to be an open C site for the Villains after getting that initial pick on the garage push.
That's what you love to see. Now let's see if they can hold it down in the post plant for the moment. Ronski looking to break that wall quick smart, so this retake can become a reality. Cloxy holds strong as the swing comes in from one man, but not the other. Myth looking to swing on the contact, but all of a sudden there's going to be 3 quick ones from Villains. The Nation unable to get more than the one. So there you have it. Villains on the board early with that T-pistol, and now just looking to string together a couple on the attacking side before the half gets too deep. Because we saw what happened before. Peace got away with a big string of rounds on the defensive side. However, of course, this is Villains map pick, so things could go completely differently.
Yep, and they are on the attacking side, which always helps. They're looking confident, they're looking switched on. They were a little bit slow out of the gates for my liking on Icebox. Not something that you can afford to be doing against a team of the caliber of Peace. Speaking of Peace, they're all the way down mid, mate.
They certainly are. Straight in the window as well. You better lock those or this will continue to happen. Sicko finds himself the double, picking up the Spectre, and I think he tried to fake the drop. However, just holds window for the moment. And if he holds control of these guns, that's going to be an upgrade as well for Ronski once he rotates, except Ronski decides to go passive instead, coming in through CT. Happily just using whatever weapon he had. Villains get the spike planted on C, and it's going to be a 2-pronged retake.
Wall available for Prophet. He's just going to use that to segment off that flank. No players coming from that part. It is just a double retake from CT. Yeah, with the smoke back up, going to buy a little bit more time for this post plant.
Oh, just waiting for someone to overstep their mark. Myth. Very patient. Just eyes. Garage. There it is, but the missed opportunity. Smoke fades. Cloxy connects. And Villains are going to be very happy with that one. Sicko looking like he might just come in late for some exits, but Prophet was gun out and ready. Relatively clean second round for Villains, keeping 3 alive.
Hello.
That Phantom as well, carried across, going to be very crucial for that economy.
Enemy activity near.
Indeed. Ronski, after the Marshal is purchased, will have to go down to the light armor with the Vandal. But a Jet foregoing utility, not really going to matter too much. Not really going to matter as much, particularly on that. Actually, I was going to say on the attacking side, it wouldn't matter as much. On the defending side, I don't know. It depends, I guess. I like on the attacking side having access to the smokes, because it really helps you take map control. I mean, as you can see right there, just used for the cross on towards A long. And speaking of A, a lot of players from Villains making their way in through sewer, walking up behind the drone.
Okay, Ronski gets away with the first and pushes aggressively back into the corner. So we're going to hold the hard crossfire with Sicko, expecting this push in from sewers, but they are just going to be trying to walk their way out. Tensai hears everything, spots Marsh, but isn't expecting the second man, and the sound baits his attention that little bit too much. Now, easy pick and the equalizer. Villains now 4v4. Looking like they may just come back over towards this C site. Myth, he's actually made a bit of noise here at default. And Marsh not expecting to swing from the back side. Nation gets away with one. Myth swinging with the Spectre. Gets another and will hold control of that C site for just long enough to get the spike across.
Yep. Wall across Gary. And open plant should set these boys up nicely for the post plant. Great swing from Myth, just keeping his teammate alive. A little bit of chip damage from the shock dart.
Ooh, and finished as well with the secondary. Sicko doing a whole lot of work. Recon bolt gets Prophet's position. Crosshair trained on the prize. Clutchy sharp as nails. Just expecting this re-swing pocket. Can't land the tap that was necessary, and Sicko finds himself a second. Big picks on the way back in. One with utility, one with the guns, and Peace will take us to 2-1. Still behind Villains. But again, Villains with that plant may have a good amount of money to buy into the next. Yeah, mixed bag.
Mixed bag of lollies, Mac. Mixed bag of lollies.
Our favourite.
You do have the res available, so that could definitely help out. One off the knives. So actually, yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting. The dropped rifle over and then attempt at farming the orb. We'll see if Peace are able to punish it all. Doesn't seem like they're set up in the positions to be able to spam through and actually stop the orb farming here. Obviously, Bronski with the Marshal, it's not the most ideal weapon, but Nation's made his way over here to assist in the spammage. And the spam is out there. Beautiful. Great deny from Peace. Just heads up play, realizing that Cloxy was one off the knives.
Gun here.
Ooh. Nation playing from pit here. Peeks out. There is going to be the res getting away with it as well. The coverage from Prophet is good as Ronsky falls. Now, Peace could be in a little bit of trouble. Nation paranoia. See, how's he done that? Just going with the knives on the common angle gets another easy double for the big man. But Tensai going to be flashing his way out of Gary. Good for one. The big trade. Villains close and at the ready. Clutchy wanted to go for the 1-on-3, found one, but Cloxy with the knives a little bit too sharp for Peace to deal with here.
It's a gorgeous little sequence from the man. After getting rezzed, he was spammed down right at the start of the round. Never had a chance, but old mate pulls him back from the grave. And he has big impact. Definitely worth the res. That gets Villains their third round. Resets the economy on Peace. And now he's an opportunity for them to pick up some more momentum. If they're able to deal with this half buyout from Peace, they'll be up 4-1. And if they keep enough guns up, they'll be looking good economically speaking as well.
Okay, pushing down long, Cloxy. Second entry, and the A site has been weakened. Frantic rotations coming out of Peace, but it's going to be that. It's going to be pretty hard. Tensai just waiting for the perfect moment to throw this molly. You got to love that. The mechanics of it. Took a while for me to see people using that mechanic of the molly too early. Big flash. Tensai himself another here with the frenzy, although the wrap in is good from Pocket. Pocket and Prophet holding it down for Villains, and there it is, 4-1 now. A solid start here on Haven.
I was so tunnel visioned on Tensai's great molly and great flashes that I didn't realize the rest of his team was already dead.
Yes.
Got excited for no reason. Anyway, that's great money. Look at Villains. 2+ K in the bank, all of the players. Absolutely gorgeous, Mac.
I think it's completely reasonable to not focus on the macro and focus on the micro sometimes. Those mechanics with agents you don't get to see often here in competitive play is fun. It's more fun than not, you know?
Yeah, that's what we're all here for. Just a bit of fun, mate. Well, Villains taking their time. You had the drone up C long. Does seem like you are going to see the commitment in. Tensai's in position, has got the runner back available if he wants to invest it. But with no further contests in here from Villains, he's going to save that for a little longer. And it's starting to head towards Ronsky. Over towards this A side. Man's deep on this sewer line.
Clutchy about to get the info necessary. Well, it looks like the B site is the target now. Recon bolt in there. No Nation's playing close. Wall in the way, but that's going to be broken quick. Smart Cloxy gets in through the cloudburst in time. There's going to be a whole lot of damage going either way. Tensai's run it back has been denied, but it's back to that 3-on-3. Pocket waiting for this flank to come through. Clutchy with one, and that attention drawn from Pocket to Zoronsky hits the mark not once but twice as Myth falls, and Peace will find themselves a second round.
Great taps with the Vandal. He's going to secure that. Ronsky chucking it on the ground, and he's going to go straight into his knives for this round. As for Villains, they had such a stable and strong economy that they can straight away reinvest. They got some pretty big impact ults heading into this round, though. Hunter's Fury. They got the Divide as well, which is one of the big positives in your favor. Playing the Astra instead of the Omen is the Omen smoke can be the Omen ult can be good for info gathering, repositioning sometimes, but a Cosmic Divide really can be a round-winning ult on attack and defense. We'll see how Villains does utilize this potential ult advantage that they have. I would assume with this mid control that they're probably just going to segment the big site in half and try to go for that plan off the rip.
Okay. In comes this maneuver. Shot works. Tensai falls and Villains. Position for another round. Yes, a few more kills coming through and everything going right for them. Nation on the back of sight wants to get this paranoia out. He does so. Off the back of it, finds nothing. Profit, too much coverage. Clutchy. They know that he's here behind the ice wall, just waiting for the moment. Oh, nice angle found. Cloxy almost gets his head taken off as well. Clutchy, just a little bit of an overswing there with the 180. He almost makes it work. However, Villains looking damn sharp right now. 3-round lead. 5-2 over Peace.
Yeah, didn't even invest any of the ults except for the res. So they still have the Cosmic and that Hunter's Fury available to them to be able to utilize in any of these rounds. Half buy-in here for Peace, who have got their money broken yet again.
I got you, bruv.
Let's see if Tensai can get an early pick at mid pocket. He's just holding window, making sure no push comes through from B. Oh, but a big shot from Ronsky. Clutchy connects with that Sheriff as well. Blind fire, no scopes. Rosico gets a world of control, making his way into the big box. Ronsky has drawn a world of attention, and this could be the God setup.
Finally goes down, but it's so much damage done. A whole bunch of injured players at this point are just, you know, a Sheriff shot or a Marshal shot away from losing their life. It's going to have to be Cloxy, I'd imagine, to go reasonably large in this round. Another Marshal angle from Nation. Any of these angles could potentially be the slip up that Villains can't afford, but that's a good pick from Pocket. A kill on Sicko on that side of the map. A neural theft to follow up will actually reveal the position of all the players and inform Villains' decision making to pick up the pace into this A site.
Careful now.
See if they can get back in. Molly misses the mark. It's a wide plant for long. Cloxy just waiting for a swing in from heaven. Peace just posturing for the retake. Again, 2 of these Villains players are within an inch of their life after the early engagements that we saw. Wallbang almost connects, and again, just blind fire coming through. Firewall is there, but the tag was a little bit too much. So shot straight through all of that utility. Now Hunter's Fury is going to be popped again. Okay, spotted. See you later, Marsh, as another Hunter's Fury comes through. But it is just going to be the stick all the way through as Clutchy finds himself the triple. And Peace get a third as well. Successful retake. It looked like Villains might have been in the position to get it done with that Hunter's Fury. However, no one could hold. Just a little bit too sharp there. And Peace get another.
Half buy successful. And with how shaky Villains' money was looking after that, I mean, it's not really something they can afford. They're going to break the bank reinvesting in this round. At least they had the blades to be able to make it a little bit more convincing. Have all of those rifles across the board. And we've seen the blades be a bit hit or miss for Cloxy so far. I've seen rounds where he doesn't hit a single blade, and then I've seen rounds where he just kills the entire enemy team. So we'll see which one of those we're ready for. Yeah.
And there it is. Myth, ready for the push. Clutchy trying to pre-fire the corner, but unfortunately for him, he was not ready for Myth to be on such an angle. Now, bit of aggression over towards the A site with that Cosmic Divide at C. But even so, in come those smokes. Cloxy leading the charge with the Blade Flurry. Blade Storm, rather. Nation, he's got a long road ahead of him on this rotation. In through mid, Myth is going to fall. And Peace are very far away from this A site.
Yeah, Tensai. Applying pressure to the flank. He's going to pull at least one player over towards the other side to potentially look at him. Here's the retake dart ready to go.
See if they can make this happen. On the way in, Ronsky with another sharp shot, but the time is slowly but surely ticking away. Cloxy needs to hold it strong with the knives here, just pushing through the cloud burst. It's a little bit too much. Cloxy finds one. Sicko coming in, but I think it's that little bit too late. It certainly is. and it's another round for Villains. Peace with almost a successful retake. They lose Sicko on the exit, and it's just Tensai surviving. So even though they lost the round, they lost a whole lot of economy in doing so.
Yeah, both teams going to be really broke after that round. Monsky pretty good on the Marshall. We said it a couple times, and with two of them enough money to buy, they are going to invest here, Peace, and give this a crack. Bit of a risk versus reward play. They could go for damage here and full invest in the next round. We're getting towards the tail end of this half, so whoever comes out on top this round going to be definitely starting to run away with the momentum a bit because the other team will be broke.
Okay, Nation spraying away. We'll manage to trade out Tensai there, so it is going to be a 2-for-1, favoring Peace on the defense. Off the back of that cage as well, you got Clutchy making his way into the pit, playing around the camera.
Neither of these teams really have any info. You can see Villain's very worried about a potential flank push, but it's a full retake A setup. So both of these teams going to probably burn a lot of time off the clock, worried about what's clean and what's dirty, where the opponents can be. Issue being that Marshy just doesn't have any util, couldn't afford it. So he doesn't have the trips available to him that Peace do. Clutchy's got trip in Gary, they can trip top B, and they've got the man advantage. So they are feeling a lot better about their position. They can hold so many of those lanes with just the util alone. Cam on C as well to be able to spot down C long. So Peace are in a pretty excellent position here. Villains, they do still want to try to commit towards C long, but with the Cam and the Marshall
30 seconds left.
looking towards C long, and the walk into Gary going to be punished by the trip. Even these A smokes drawing an extra rotation, I'm not sure will be much of a difference maker.
Oh, in through Gary. We're in a bit of a rough position. Nation decides to swing and hit the trigger at the right time as Ronsky finds a double. That Marshall just laying down so much work in his hands. And Peace bring it back to 4-6. Now looking to keep it even at the half.
Yeah, I'd say they've got a pretty good chance of doing it. Full reset on the money, anti-eco, even into that next gun round. You're going to look at Villains who probably will not have access for all of the utility. That's one of the downsides of the Astra. It's a pretty expensive agent to play. Don't have money for all of the stars a lot of the time if your economy's struggling.
Standing ahead.
Let's see if that dart gets any info. Cage stops it from connecting with the pulses. Nice little one-way thrown from Clutchy, and that's going to be 2 easy-peasy kills in Gary.
That was cute. Haven't seen that one before. The walk up. Straight through long. Ronsky getting hard done by, but Sicko's got a lockdown, so nothing to panic about.
There you have it. Solid positioning and solid fighting coming out from Sicko. Finds the triple
Last round before
with the
switch.
Guardian. Upgrades to the Vandal at the end of the round 2. And there you have it. Peace. They looked like they were having a very rough time at the start of this map, but they've made it look a little bit healthier. Let's see if they can even it up here. Although Villains do have a full buy coming through for the final round of the half.
Right there.
You definitely don't want to go 6-6 if you're on the attacking side of Haven. So let's see if they can make it a little bit more competitive. Either way, it's going to be a back and forth game.
Whoa.
That's a good opener from Ronsky, though. Last time he had the operator, didn't really have the time to be able to have the impact. Villains trying to pick up the pace, but they are being stalled by utility. It's really, really good stuff from Peace. Because that's what Villains want to do. Once they lose that first pick and end up in the 4-on-5, they want to make a play. They want to make something happen. They don't want to play a long, drawn-out round, but they're being disrupted a lot.
And Ronsky just gets in front of this smoke and gets away with another.
Wow.
This man is
Last player
insane.
standing.
Goes for the Glade Storm to try to close out the half as well. Tensai does it for him with a double of his own. And there it is, 6-6. We've got a game on our hands, Mitch.
Confidence, man. As Ronsky, like, you could just dash out there straight away, you know. First not pick, you could instantly just dash. But he just jumps into cubby and gets another kill. He's just so confident in his mechanics. Absolutely love to see it. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, though. I mean, that's going to work against villains, but got to be worried trying to make that kind of commit against Order when you could just dash out, or one of the better teams. We'll see, though.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we are going to have a bit of a battle at window straight down mid. 2 players here for villains on the defense of the 4-man swing in window, but Cloxy gets away with it and thins out Peace before they can get too much work done. Ronsky looking to lead the charge there. Popping that recon dart, but forced away by that smoke.
It's a nice one-man advantage. Peace looking for a pick. They're pressuring a lot of different parts of the map. Villains, they have a man advantage, but they don't have any info right now.
Yeah.
Trip gets taken out in Gary. And in the meanwhile, Peace is going to start to walk back towards that A side of the map. This is a great short wall, though. That's going to really disrupt and slow down Peace for a little bit longer. And that might be the time that villains need to actually gather some info. You can see the shift in rotations towards the A side of the map now that that wall has been broken, and Peace pick up the pace.
And here comes the dart just at the right time. Backside player falls, but Cloxy's here to hold. Has that ghost and now rotates back to heaven instead. As the rest of the players do come through. Looks like shock darts are going to be thrown across. That's good damage on the Nation. Tries to force him out, but there's a solid crossfire because Ronsky's close with that classic and manages just to toy with his prey. It's a solid shock dart to close it out as Sicko drops it onto the head of Pocket. And there you have it. Peace. Solid. Is that, I think it was like 6 rounds in a row now. No, 4 in a row, rather.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth at times in that half.
Yeah.
It's great from Peace, though. Going to go into the anti-eco now, villains. See if they can get any damage done. Make that bonus a little bit less effective. Peace doesn't seem like they're going to be 1-3-1ing or having a slow drawn-out approach. They just want to try and group up. Deathball, take some fights towards C, and so far so good.
Although, they've got some shorties in front of them, but they shot too early, tried to jump at their prey rather than committing to the crossfire, and Ronsky punishes them at close range with a Marshall. Somehow, I'd back a shorty to win that fight every day of the week. This time, negative. Tensai doing a little bit of extra damage in the second half. It's off to a good start. 2 in a row for Peace. No one dying on anti-eco. Let's see how the bonus round goes for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the dream in terms of your economy. Villains again, seeing in that first gun round, having to drop down to light armor on some players, maybe having to forego some utility. Only the... No, they got both trips, so that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cute.
Sneaky play coming through.
He hasn't really got a fallback, though, is the only issue.
Oh, it definitely has no fallback.
It's a one and done. Can you crouch under that wall? I don't think so. I can't remember, but I don't think so.
I don't think you can. But can you slide in behind enemy lines as a jet? Most certainly. Or I think Tensai. No, he didn't spot that. Nation coming back. They seem to be switched on, even though the wall's there. Ooh, Nation on the prize. They heard it pop, but Cloxy a little bit too sharp, and now he's able to at least fall back, but no one's spotting it long here. So he's stuck here at the top of short.
Tensai trying to walk up mid, but there is a trip there. Could definitely halt his progression. Good pick from Cloxy, but traded out quite quickly as Clutchy puts the bomb down on the site. That is where Tensai, unfortunately, was spotted trying to bust through B site, and Clutchy getting aggressive, knows he has to find a pick in the 1-on-3 to try to make this competitive. One off the neural theft as well. There's the first pick for the man.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, isolates him. No, second man's there. Clutchy's insane. He's aced it up, and Peace will find a ninth.
Oh, what a play from the man. Doesn't even need to pop the neural theft, just multi-frags up a storm.
Yes, this should do.
Huge individual play. And that's
Message
going to break Villain's money again.
has been sent. Okay. So a bit of a mid push coming through from Villains here.
Deploying drone.
He's trying to get in behind enemy lines, cause some chaos, and ooh, Marsh has been spotted. Looks like we are going to see Peace just chasing him into the seaside. Fox, he's popped the Blade Storm, but can't get any work done with it this time.
Revealing area.
Unfortunate. Dart
Ooh.
through into Gary.
Oh,
Some good damage, but still a 2-on-4. Oh, hold on.
yeah, you hated to see that for Myth. That was definitely a double kill angle, but it did not work in his favor. Prophet walking out, not expecting Tensai here at Logs. Pocket going to be stuck in the cutout. See you later, says Sicko. And we do see Peace traverse across into double digits with a very strong lead. 7 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, very, very hard to deal with this momentum. Good news for Villains is that they can at least have better access to more utility, a much better buy than they've had previously.
Yeah.
No access to ults though, much better ults on Peace. You got that runner back available. You're quite close to ults on a lot of players.
Revealing area.
Okay, and it's just the push straight through the Cloudburst. Peace coming out, the Victor's Nation late push in as well, expecting Cloxy from short. They played this game before. Tensai runs it back for the info. Can't get any damage onto Myth, but still plenty of time to play with, so that spike will not be planted. Sicko swinging in. Third time is still not the charm as Myth just swings around and takes him out. Tensai there for the trade though. Marsh spotted, and he is not having a good game here in the second half, just constantly destroyed by the players of Peace.
Looking like a pretty similar story to the previous game. Last time these two cores played each other on this map, it was a 13-5 in favor of Peace. So we'll see a tactical out of Villains. Did not necessarily get as much done as they may have hoped in that first half. And as we're heading into the second, it has been all Peace. The money's fantastic for Peace. They are in a bit of a pickle here, Mac. Can't even buy into this one. It would have to be the half buy, or they'd have to go down to some Spectres, some Bulldogs, Guardians, that kind of stuff. Not really ideal. Got a lot of ults to play with on both sides, though, which could potentially change things up. And I will say for Villains, their lineup, I mean, incrementally better ults on their lineup overall, I would say.
Yeah.
That's the downside to your lineup if you're Peace. Neural Theft and Omen ulti, not really as impactful. Whereas you have the Astra ult and the Res if you're Villains.
Yeah, I think with the Omen ult, it's more situational whether it's impactful or not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on which situation you get yourself in, if you get info that, you know, oh, this site's stacked, just send it to the other side of the map with your maybe lurker at that point. However, you know, it's conversation for another time because Peace could be on for a dub. 2 rounds after right now, and it is the faster approach at A again. They must have identified it as being pretty weak because they've hit it a fair few times now. Not interested in C.
Careful now.
The TP straight into heaven. So that's a good use of the ult.
Yep.
Fully open sight, drone clearing out a lot of angles. No smokes even invested at this point, so they're going to have access to as many of those for the post plant as they want.
Oh, okay. Prof feeling it. Hunter's Fury popped very early for Peace, just looking to get some damage onto his CTs, trying to make their way back in. The gravity well's huge and pulls them out just in time. Ronski finds himself the double, and that could be the difference maker. Clutchy playing around the cage there, spots one, takes him out, and is not expecting the second man to swing. Prophet with a 4K on the Sage, gets himself that res as well. And is he going to pop it for Eco? No, he's just going to grab himself a weapon. Sheriff as well for the secondary. How's the money looking for Villains, though, on that win?
Oh, it's great. I mean, that was the thrifty win. So it was like a half buy for them.
Yeah.
So that's a fantastic round to win, because you could look at Peace, they haven't even secured map point yet. Now you got the operator on Cloxy. You got a lot of ults that were invested by Peace. Don't forget, Omen ult was invested, Hunter's Fury was invested there, the Blade Storm was invested, and they didn't win the round against Half Bite. So that's a bit of a nightmare scenario if you're Peace. You've effectively, like, what should have been a 100% win round has effectively gone by the wayside and left a little crack open for villains to creep back into this game.
Let's see if Tensai slides through that crack. This one is at Garage, though. Myth is here, wanting to hold. Goes into the Astral form, and it doesn't do too much. Just gets a couple of stars off. Sicko hiding in the corner, not wanting to be tagged up by that Hunter's Fury. As we do see the neural theft come through for the information. Off the back of that, we see a slow rotation and a pick towards A. So Clutchy doing huge work for Peace. There's Tensai again, just looking to cause a bit of a nuisance in the middle of the map. Peace all split up and look to play this individually. Ronsky on the offline, expecting to swing there from pocket. Marsh shot from behind. And there it is. Peace find themselves at 12th, which gives them a whole lot of map points to work with here.
Yeah, absolutely. Great money as well behind them. And Villains, I mean, it was looking good after that half-buy win, but they invested a lot of money into that last round, and now the buy's not looking nearly as convincing. So Peace looking like the next team that's going to head through to that close qual, and in the form that they're showing here, I mean, definitely a scary team. Another solid squad of 5 that's going to make that next stage infinitely more entertaining.
Ooh. Okay, fish in a barrel there, and Prophet unable to connect on any of them. Ronsky just dishing out the damage. Cloxy can't fall off the logs without his life. And it's just going to be Ronsky trying to crack open the side. The pocket says no for the moment. Okay, Clutchy with the wallbang finds the first, Tensai with the second on the mid, and that is all she wrote. 13-7 on map number 2. 2-2-0s today, Pilski. There you have it. Peace are your second team from the qualifiers to make it into the closed quals.
Yeah, I'd say three pretty cut and dry maps today. One very, very close map. The first one between Nebula and Mind Freak earlier on was a bit of a nail biter. I'd say the rest of them were very, very convincing victories for their respective team. So good stuff from Peace. That's what you want to see against a team like Villains. Them just have a very, very convincing win, which is promising signs for them as they head through to the next stage of the tournament.
And Mitch, we have Clutchy, the Clutch Minister, on the line here. So let's have a quick chat with him. Clutchy, how you feeling after that one? Big ace, big man?
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. So absolutely ecstatic it sounds that you've made it into the close quals.
Yeah, man, sorry, I just woke up, man. Yeah, we're very happy we made it through. I mean, expected, I guess, but they played really well. Nonetheless, it was a good game.
Yeah, very good, very good. Now, you know, that map in particular looked like a bit of a stomp, especially in the second half. Your attack was absolutely huge. Over towards that A site, were you identifying weaknesses there, or were you sort of just going, you know what, if we just go as 5, we're going to win this no matter what?
I don't even know what we're doing, to be honest. I think we're just playing. Oh yeah, we didn't really have a game plan going into this because we've been a bit like messy recently. But yeah, hopefully we can come into the closed qualifier a bit better.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit about that. Is that because of shifting a couple of players around in the roster? Is that the messiness you're referring to, or?
So we had trials pretty much like, yeah, we had trials just before this tournament, and then we decided because like a day before the tournament started or something, or before roster locked, we just got Nation, and then we just couldn't get Prac in with him. So this is like all we've got right now. So we're just pretty much taking it easy, just playing off each other, I guess. And yeah, we're just playing a more loose style for sure. We don't really have anything we're using right now. So we're just using a little loose style, but we're confident in each other's like ability to be able to win the game by just doing that.
Cool. All right, cool. And one more quick question. What time did you wake up today, Clutchy? Because the people want to know.
Well, it's 9:30 now. I think I woke up like 20 minutes before the game.
What time did you go to bed?
I don't even know. I was up like the whole day, but like I was trying to sleep and I kept getting woken up. So, I don't even think I got that much sleep today. Like 2 hours, maybe 3.
Well, hopefully that's not the secret to your performance, because you need to be well rested to be a mentally healthy gamer, Clutchy. So make sure you get on top of that.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep now, man.
Get some rest tonight. Yeah, good stuff.
I'm
Well,
going to sleep right now.
Sleep tight, and we will see you in the closed qual. Now, that is that, Mitch. So that brings us towards the end of the day. So let's have a quick look at the bracket again before we say our goodbyes. Nebula 2-0 over Mindfreak as that first game of the afternoon, and then Peace taking the 2-0 over Villains there, which we just witnessed. Now, tomorrow, that's going to be the games there in the lower bracket. We have Villains taking on Funky Monkeys and Mindfreak and Direwolf. So, Mitch, you're not going to be here tomorrow. Which one do you reckon is the pick of the bunch?
Oh, it's pretty obviously going to be Mindfreak Direwolves. In fact, that lower bracket seeding has got me a little bit teary-eyed, because I would like a chance for both Direwolves and Mindfreak to make it. But at the end of the day, they got to go head-to-head, and one of them is going to miss out. Two very, very quality squads that you would definitely put your money on being in towards that that next stage of the tournament. But one of them's got to miss out, and that's a spicy, spicy prospect indeed.
It certainly is. Now, look, I reckon today's games were absolutely insane. Again, I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, LG and Vodafone, for being such good sponsors. So make sure you buy LG, you buy Vodafone, and you send them all your money. Support them for supporting esports. Now, Valorant in Australia and Oceania as a whole is looking pretty healthy at the moment. I love those first qualifiers we saw. I loved these qualifiers, and I'm excited to get into the closed quals, but we still have one more day of games. Mitch, do you have anything you want to say before we close up the shop?
Make sure you at least watch that Mindfreak Direwolf series, but watch both of the series. They'll both be very, very entertaining, and I'm looking forward to that next stage of the competition, because that's where it gets even more insane. The level goes up even more, and we'll see who the top teams in the region are and how they perform.
And there you have it. So that brings us to the end of today. All right, we are going to have one more day of the quals tomorrow in the lower bracket, and that is going to be same time, same place here on the LPL_Valorant channel. And you guys, I want to see you all here as well, supporting the esport and supporting all the players in trying to make it through to the closed quals. But that's it from us here at the Valorant Oceanic Tour for today. Enjoy your Saturday night. Stay safe, stay well, and I'll see you tomorrow.